Guys, welcome to Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. This is Darkorpse opening things up for the evening. I believe we have around 28 teams participating. Looking at the bracket, it is... where's the participant number? 25 teams playing this evening. So good luck to all of our participants. The bracket has been released. I can get that link posted into Twitch chat once again for you guys. I'm also going to be joined this evening by Abers, who's actually going to be taking over for the majority of the shoutcasting, at least for the first couple of matches here this evening. Looking like we have all 5 members of Pupe69. That is their team tag, with their team name being Zero Penises. On the purple side here, waiting for Samsung Black to get themselves into the lobby. Again, guys, we are 2 minutes past the hour here, meaning all matches that have opponents showing in the brackets are free to begin and must be started within the next 13 minutes, so by 15 minutes past the hour. Again, we have picked a round 1 game to stream here this evening. It's going to be Samsung Black on the blue side and Zero Penises on the purple side. I believe there's about 10 other round 1 games occurring, with a few teams having buys into round 2. Also, as we do have 25 teams participating, we will have our secondary bracket tournament activated tonight, meaning the first 8 teams to play their matches and lose will have a second chance to participate this evening. We're going to be into champion selection here. I think I'm going to hand things over to Abers as we get this started up.
Hey there, Twitch universe. This is Abers, and I'm going to be here with you for most of this evening. We are underway. The first ban coming through is going to be a Lucian ban, which overall I think is a pretty safe bet. That sucker has just generally occupied a doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. Got a lot of mobility, a lot of late damage, a lot of early poke. That passive of his is going to allow him to double up on any auto attack immediately after any skills, which is going to be a giant pain in the butt trying to get any successful trades off. As I mutter off here, looks like there's been 5-6 other bans going on. We got Fizz, Morgana, Akali, Braum, Tristana. Overall, this says to me that they're looking to get rid of some high priority assassins, getting rid of that Akali and Fizz, which means, and the old Braum, Morgana are 2 very strong all-round supports. Braum is of course going to lock down that tank side of things, whereas Morgana, a bit more magic damage, a bit more utility. And then of course Tristana is going to round off our AD carry bans. I think everyone has probably had some unfortunate experiences on the losing side of a pretty well late-fed, late-game Tristana. It looks like we're going to get locked in here with a first-pick Thresh. Again, I imagine everyone's had experiences with Thresh. That dude is going to be able to keep your AD carry safe no matter what, whether or not it's a Twitch or a Ezreal. He's going to be all-round strong pick. A lot of playmaking potential. Now, I'm intrigued by a wild Gosu here, locking in that LeBlanc, since LeBlanc, she's had a storied past, right? She used to have that 6 silence that you could use to totally incapacitate your opponent, and now really has to rely on that burst potential, which means that she's quite a bit easier to counter, and I think it's a bit of a bold move here from the purple team, locking in that before you get to see what your opponent is going to pick in the mid lane, but such is life, such is League. And it looks like it's going to be a Jinx versus Graves matchup. So, Graves is probably going to need a pretty healthy, happy support to make this lane not terrible. Since a lot of Jinx's weaknesses are kind of mitigated by that Thresh pick, since she doesn't have a built-in escape. But that Thresh Lantern's going to keep her out of harm's way. And we got a Kha'Zix probably locked in for the jungle. And Gnar. That sucker is being hovered over. Also, over the course of the evening, feel free to chime in. Let us know what your opinions are here on the Twitch chat. I'm going to do my best to keep it monitored. And if you have thoughts, feelings, suggestions, overall, any real thing, just give us a holler out there. And we'll be happy to hear from you. Now, I suspect this is not... Yep. We're not going to see the mysterious and often whispered about Jungle Vladimir, but we will see a Vi, and ooh, looks like some tasty cheese coming in here if everyone goes teleport. But the revives, I think that they're just having a little fun here with us, and that is a locked-in Syndra, which I would suspect is going to be a bit of a nightmare matchup there for LeBlanc, since Syndra has the ability to interrupt LeBlanc mid-combo and then turn it around and just shoot her in the face, which is not really what you want to do when you're trying to 1v or 100v0 someone, and it looks like we got a Ryze hover over here, so this is going to be a double AP comp. Ryze into Gnar, I think, is a pretty good setup. Since Ryze is certainly going to outscale Gnar, and is going to be able to keep him controlled in that early game with his built-in rune prison. Also, the problem with Gnar and the difficulty I feel like he has is that if at any point during the early game you miss your boomerang and don't catch it on its way back, you're in for a world of hurt. Since that really hurts and mitigates your ability to trade back with anybody. Let's see what's going on in the Twitch chat. Mysterious Gold Assassin's letting us know his feelings on Syndra. We hear you, buddy. And I think that's probably exactly what's going on. Thoughts on the purple team. Hey, Darkorpse, which team is which again? The purple team you said was 0 penises?
Samsung Black on the blue side and 0 penises on the purple side this evening.
Alright, there you heard it. We got Samsung Black here on the blue team, locking in a pretty strong late game team comp, whereas 0 penises not really following their claim to the promise locked in their name, since they do have that Graves. Not really sure what the gender of Gnar is, but hey, we'll let it slide for this game. They have... what? What is going on with this team? Well, the level 6 in that bottom lane is going to be pretty gross, since the Graves burst... Oh, excuse me, I'm broadcasting from a very delightful Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Howdy, y'all. And looks like there's some kind of crisis outside my window, but never mind. That is... neither here nor there. So, back to this matchup. I'm going to have to say this bottom lane is going to go pretty soundly in favor of Samsung Black. The Thresh versus Blitzcrank matchup is not something you want to face on a regular basis. It's not 0 penises, it's overpowered Enuses. Huh. Alright. Overpowered Enuses, says Nature OP. I will keep that in mind. And I'm gonna. I think for the rest of the chat, this is just gonna be a 0p. But overall, I think that the jungle matchup. I think most of these lanes are gonna go in favor of Samsung Black. The jungle matchup, Kha'Zix. While both Kha'Zix and Vi are going to have a little bit of a difficulty early game, Kha'Zix definitely has the advantage. He's going to be able to hurt you with that isolation damage, get a little boost, and overall definitely have the assassination potential if he catches Vi out at any point. I would expect to see him get some early ganks, or at least try and apply some jungle pressure to that Vi, who's represented by Y Everything. And we'll look to see Y Everything try and hold down farm up to 6 as quick as possible, and then put an assassination attempt either on one of these high priority targets in the Jinx Syndra or Rise. Honestly, the three, I mean, maybe even four very real damage threats coming in from Samsung Black is going to make the Vi choice all the more important. He's going to need to get the one that's in the back line that's not being able to be handled by the LeBlanc and the Gnar. I also worry for the Graves. His short range is going to be a bit of a liability when you've got a Syndra, the long range super mega death rocket coming in from Jinx, and just kind of rough. The one shining thing they do have going for them is that there are 4 very attractive Blitzcrank targets. It's going to shrink down to 3 after once Rise gets into the late game, since he's going to be pretty tanky and more than happy to get pulled into the enemy team. But early game, as long as he's not grabbing that Thresh, a hook is probably going to equal a kill. And we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff. That's our first game of the evening starting, ladies and gentlemen. This is Not So Stock Gaming, amateur tournament, and I'm happy you could be here. Once again, go ahead and chime in on Twitch chat. Hey there, Good Hit 556. And, well, we've got a bit of a lull. I'd like to throw a shout out to the Wake Forest debate team. They are currently debating at the Harvard University College Debate Tournament, and they are pretty sick. So, shout out to them. Can teams password protect their game? I don't see why not. I do, yes. I teach. I am a little bit about me. I am a communications graduate student at the illustrious Wake Forest University. In my spare time, I help the Wake Forest debate team, and not entirely sure why you'd want to password protect your games, but I don't see a problem as long as all of the players are able to get in. So yeah, that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Let's see here. Some nice skins coming out. Can't find our games to watch. Well, luckily, Wicked Tiki, you can watch our game. Just tune in and should be underway shortly. Yeah, here we go. All right, getting our level 1 action on, and let's see if we get any interesting buys going on here. I have to adjust my camera slightly so that I can see everything. Huh. All right. Doesn't look like anything too spicy, though. Interesting, the Kha'Zix has Biscuits of Rejuvenation, which means he's at least got, what is it? I think it's 9 points in the utility tree. Possibly more, but that's not something you see every day, and that's an interesting choice. It's going to make him a little bit less tanky, though it should make the early jungle clears a little bit better, since it's likely he's either going to have more sustain than your average Kha'Zix, or he's going to be faster than your average Kha'Zix. Smarter than your average bear! Alright, so looks like we got an overall pretty reasonable start. Everybody's lining up the line of scrimmage, make sure there's no hanky-panky funny business. Though, it looks like Rise and, yeah, they're just itchy. They're just pacing. Not sure whether or not there's going to be an invade, which is something you always have to be concerned about when the other team's got a dirty Blitzcrank coming to steal your buffs, but looks like nothing really too shady is going to happen. Alright. And well, I'm going to jump the gun a little bit too here. We were trying to watch the teams we're going to play. Ah, Well, that's fair. But you have to be friends with them in order to watch. Just gonna make it a little bit more difficult. Would you ever consider starting these at like 6? Well, depends what your time zone is. But possibly. And it looks like everybody's going to go to lane. There's a nice little ward here on the red buff that's going to keep track of that Kha'Zix, but otherwise, the junglers are relatively unknown for where they're starting, so not a whole lot of information. Though it's probably reasonable to expect that both junglers are going to start at their blue buff. Well, those are some strange reports going on in the Twitch chat. We'll pay them no mind. Alright, how's this mid lane going? Ooh, a wild Gosu appears and chunks out Swagmaster J for about a little bit less than half of his health. Of course, sporting that fabulous Raven, whatever, Underworld, new LeBlanc skin. Looking fabulous while doing it. How's this top lane going? Gnar is something I'm intrigued to see. Since the problem, it seems, with him is that with the junglers, you just have to wait until he turns into Mega Gnar, and then you run him down. Since all of his, or not all of his, but the majority of his mobility kind of goes kaput once he's in the fatty mode. Aristocres? I can't pronounce your name, but my name is Abers, and I have returned from the world of graduate school to shoutcast for you this evening, and I'm happy to do it. Looks like we've got all the junglers continuing to do their little jungle thing, though possibly some action here in the mid lane. Meanwhile, as I kind of suspected, this bottom lane is going a little bit, well, it's even. They're going even in farm, which is not what I suspected. I was thinking that the Blitzcrank Graves lane was going to have a little bit more trouble with this Thresh, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be the case. And it looks like we got some action here in the top lane. Kha'Zix is rolling up, but he's going to be I don't know. I think he was spotted by a ward, and no, I take that back. Well, now he's going to be spotted by a ward, but it doesn't look like he. Whew. And wow. All right. The Yordle escapes again. Let this be a lesson to you. Wait until he turns into Fat Gnar, and then kill him. Otherwise, you can hop away like a goddamn Teemo. Alright, what we got in the bottom lane? Ooh, good little hook there onto Thresh, but again, it's kind of like catching a shoe with your hook. Awesome. Not really what you're looking to grab. And yeah, that's a fat amount of damage that gets put onto that old Blitzcrank. Let's see if he's still got his passive up. He does, so he's got that to fall back on. You can see he's got a fair amount of mana going on there, but ooh, and Gnar's putting some good damage down on that turret. Teleport gonna come up. Yeah. This is definitely true, that the Blitzcrank needs to not lurk in the bush. He needs to scoot up and be the front line there, but oh, Nelly, here comes Kha'Zix, and he wants blood. The exhaust coming down there, and there's a hop, dead, first blood. That's Kha'Zix there for you. And as I suspected, the counter-ganking by Vi pre-6 is kind of a kick in the nuts. This is true. You should not grab for the sake of grab. You should grab for the sake of kills. And yeah, that was a very smooth gank. Nice little lantern play there by Thresh. And it looks like that is gonna cement a pretty solid lead here for the bottom lane from Samsung Blue. Someone blurry the bracket. I'm gonna leave that up to one of my compadres. Alright, ooh, missed there from the stun by Syndra, but here comes Unfortunately, level 4 out of mana. Yeah, it's a little bit ambitious there, Kha'Zix. Probably should go back to the jungle and farm up a little bit, but can't fault him for trying. In the meanwhile, ping's coming out here on Gnar. Not really sure why. Oh, it's the ward. Yep, that is a ward there. Alright, so how is Vi? How far are you from leveling up, Vi? Still a bit. I suspect after this blue buff, she'll be ready for her first gank. And it's gotta be pretty impactful since she's gotta make up for missing that first blood from Kha'Zix. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix still unfortunately level 4 and out of mana. So I suspect neither of these junglers are going to give over their blue buff. I think they both need to take this one for themselves, so we'll probably see the mid lane continue sans blue buffs. And neither mid laner has actually gone back yet, which is pretty impressive. They both still have their pots. What is even happening in this mid lane? It's like a gentleman's agreement. Ooh, every time, oh, there's the stun land by Syndra, and is it, oh, the murdered, yep. Lands the ultimate there, and that is a dead LeBlanc. The only thing that she really needs to worry about is making sure that she ulted the right one, but yeah, looks like she got it off before that even happened. Since the advantages, one of the ways they tried to get LeBlanc back in this after they removed the silence is that they added an additional second where she's invisible once her passive goes off, which creates a clone of her, and oh, here comes Gnar. Gets the stun, gets the hit, slow. Can he finish? Nope. Nope. Well, that was a very anticlimactic Gnar attack. Alright, and it looks like both top laners gonna wander off and lick their wounds. Meanwhile, we've got Kha'Zix has finally reached level 6, and it just looks like he's upgraded his spikes, which is overall, I think, the better way to run Kha'Zix these days, since the spikes give you a grip utility. It allows you to... Ooh, another missed hook. And we'll talk about those spikes here in a second. Well, might as well talk about him now, because we're about to see him in action. Kha'Zix is about to roll in. Is he invisible? He is not invisible. But doesn't really look like 0P really cares. And... Ooh. Gets it. Oh! Boom! Takes some buckshot to the face. And that is a dead... Well, actually, it ends up being pretty good here for Samsung Black as they get that double buff transferred off onto Jinx and a double kill, which is going to put her pretty firmly in the driver's seat here. So, here comes Vi. Oh, Vi. Fall into your arch nemesis, too. That's just unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. The turns. Alright. We got some transforming Gnar action there in the top lane, and questions abound. Where are the peoples? Alright, well, let's take this time to take stock of where people are in their item builds. Kha'Zix, after those pretty sweet 2 ganks, has participated in 3 kills and has already completed his jungle item, which is going to make him pretty good. Vi, unfortunately, is a little bit behind the times, and oh, I need to shut up because here comes the Gnar stuns. Damage, and again, another anticlimactic Gnar attack. Is Gnar doing well? Nah. Can't really see how much... Alright, well, because of the way my screen's set up, I can't actually see how much farm the Rise has, but we're just gonna assume that Gnar's doing a little bit better. Oh, the hooks onto Blitzcrank. There's his passive, but that's not gonna do it, and he goes down. What a flash! Flash flame! Oh, into the Mega Death Rocket, and you are dead, sir. Boom, right in the dome. Alright. Let's see, how can 0P answer back? This is a pretty sizable lead they've got going against them, and really it's this bottom lane and the jungle that's killing them. And oh, here comes... This is actually a pretty even fight going on here. But Syndra says, what is fair? I don't know what fair is. You're dead. That's what's fair. And here comes the Gnar. No, he decides. The ward coverage here from Samsung Black is definitely what's going to make this much more difficult for Zero P to come back. You can already see there's two fucking pink wards here in the blue side jungle of Zero P, and a pink ward here up for Rise that's going to make it so that he's unlikely to get tower dove by a frisky Vi. And that's the first dragon of the game that's going to go to Samsung Black. I think Korea may have some competition when it comes to the Samsungs. Alright, and Zero P is looking to take a little bit more vision control back in this bottom lane. They've got good... Well, this is kind of the frustrating part, because they have... they're going against any regular jungle. This is an okay ward setup, but they really don't have... They've got to get a pink ward out there somewhere in order to stop that invisible Kha'Zix from sneaking up and just jumping on you. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane. Alright, so there's a blue buff transfer that's going to go over to Syndra. And Vi says, I'm going to hang on to mine. You have fun there, LeBlanc. And Kha'Zix is looking for some action, but he is unfortunately sitting right on a ward. Yep, eats a boomerang, so he's going to know that he was found out. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, questions abound. As Graves takes a zap. Alright, oh, we got some action here in the mid lane. Now, well, Blanc must be taking cues from Gnar, because that was another almost kill, but wowee. Jinx, on the other hand, is definitely someone who can finish the job and gets another double kill. And she has already finished her IE 701. Oh, GG. Oh, Gnar! Gnar! So close! Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, and the turn has happened as Rise is starting to, I think, become a little bit more difficult to handle. And finishes off the old Gnar there. And that's going to bring us to an 11-1 game. Things are looking rough for Zero P as they are down at least 6k. Yeah, I think LeBlanc... The way that Zero P gets back in this game is LeBlanc and Vi need to team up and just start being a duo roaming assassin squad, and just use their ultimates in conjunction with one another to delete someone. And they better start first of all with this Jinx, because someone please stop her. Otherwise, she's gonna murder you. Alright. Some stuns coming in, and it looks like, ooh, Zero P is on the run. That is going to be a dead Graves. He's going down. Wowee! This Thresh play is outstanding as he nets another 2. Give me 3. Can I hear 3? Give me 3. Oh, there's the turn. Wow, and it doesn't look like anyone was really expecting the Gnar to show up there. And he's gonna save his teammates. Someone give that man a fruit basket. Alright. They don't manage to... Oh, they did! Yeah, alright. They did manage to get the Jinx, but it's a short-lived victory as Syndra finishes off the kill there onto Gnar. And meanwhile, you gotta wonder how great of a victory it really is, since Rise is basically free to have his way with that top lane. and he's not getting any weaker. Alright, so where do we stand? I would expect to see a Vi gank coming in pretty soon since she's got that ult on cooldown. Alright. What do y'all think of this game so far there on Twitch? Give us a shout out. And hear me repeat your opinions on the internet. Yep. I totally agree. That Thresh versus Blitzcrank matchup is not good in favor of Blitzcrank. Really, the only way I think Blitzcrank can make get some use for her to help his team is by roaming, and that really, the time for that has passed. He's got to get some clutch grabs here for initiation. Maybe just hope that Samsung Black face checks some unfortunate bushes, but I don't know. Rise is quickly leaving the part of the game where you really want to grab him. Alright. Oh, double stun there from Gnar, but we got a fight here in the mid lane, too. Oof. Blitzcrank gets deleted, and can they chase down Gnar? I think they're probably going to get them a Gnar, too, but wow, everyone's dying. There's a dead Jinx, too. Woof. Woof. That's what I say to that. I say woof. Alright, looks like we're going to have a bit of a lull as both teams kind of back off to regroup. Kha'Zix is going to go get that blue buff and hand that sucker over to Syndra. Meanwhile, Dragon has just appeared, and it looks like both teams know it since they've got a ward down. Each team has a ward down, though Zero P's just got removed by a bit too adventurous Thresh. Yeah, you don't have any backup, buddy. Though Zero P doesn't know that. So they're just gonna let him be. But Blitzcrank is building way out of order. True, true, true. And some good damage. Oh, what a hook. That's... oh, well. LeBlanc is going to be saved by her passive. And that's that extra second of invisibility there coming in handy. As she was not deleted by the Syndra ult, which is definitely up. And there's a second dragon of the game, if my memory serves, going down to Samsung Black. And, ooh, long-range stun into You're Dead. We get a hook. There's a grab. That was a pretty damn good grab, but it's not really going to be enough. I managed to get one of the priority targets, but Syndra says, You're Dead, and Jinx is here. Somebody call the fun police, because you're dead. Oop, and she's going to survive. Looks like she's going for the critical strike build. Probably gonna be finishing off a static shiv here as she returns. Then I'd expect to see her complete her last whisper, and she is a full item and a half of head Graves. Gnar, the future is on your shoulders. What can you do? Can you kill Graves, or can he kill Rise? Hopefully not kill Graves. Alright. And we got Zero P here grouping for a mid lane push. And they look to be in a bit of a better spot than they were before, despite the fact that they are now down 10k gold, just purely based off of the lack of vision that Samsung Black is able to establish. They no longer have those triple pink wards in Zero P's jungle, so there's that going for him. But Zero P is still quite a ways away from being in this game. They're going to need to lock down some of those Barons and really start to get some more utility out of this Jinx pick. Yeah, I definitely agree with what's being said here in the Twitch chat. The only person who's really doing what they're supposed to be doing is this Gnar. As you can see, he's drawn 2 people over to him. just with the threat of his split push, but he's gonna need to complete that another couple of items here before he can really start tangoing. Alright, so some spicy moves coming in here from the LeBlanc, but oh, Blitzcrank hooked into the chompers, and that's dead. That is a dead Blitzcrank. And that's probably going to be a turret here too, since that is a full health. Well, interestingly enough, they're backing off. That's fair. The Gnar did just show up, but I think that this is gonna be something that 0P doesn't really want to follow in now, because the turn potential on a full health Jinx plus Thresh plus, oh god, Kha'Zix plus Rise. Ooh, Nelly. Alright, so once again, the Jinx ult is up, and no one is being kerdunked. So, come on, why everything? Let's go with the program here. Oh, that's a dead Gnar. Oh, a timely blitz grab there saves the adorable Yordle's life, and it looks like both teams are just gonna stare each other down. We have 5v5 here in the mid lane, and ooh, Super Mega Death Rocket coming in, almost finishing off Gnar, and he's gonna have to retreat, and that may be finally this mid lane going down. Good stun there by Syndra. Unfortunately, there's no real follow-up, and they just love running back and forth in this mid lane. Alright. Come on, give us something. Okay. Looks like both teams are going to kind of peel off and get their respective buffs. Jinx continues. Oh, alright, maybe. Alright, so first blue buff's going to go over to LeBlanc, and she's going to be happy to have it. Going to enable her to spam those skills, hop, skip, and jump all over the map. And maybe maneuver around to get a kill onto one of these. Really, the only person she's going to want to jump at is either Kha'Zix or... Ooh, good stun there, but unfortunately Gnar is about to turn into Mega Gnar, so not really able to convert that into a kill. As you all may know, once Gnar turns into Mega Gnar, he gets grip more health, grip more armor, grip more magic resist, which is going to make him quite a bit more tanky. And I would like some popcorn. Please send some my way. Thank you. Alright. And looks like both... We got some Samsung Blues doing a pretty good job positioning to take this... Or, Samsung Blue. Yes! In case you didn't know, we are actually watching the quarterfinal team from Worlds. No, this is Samsung Black, and they're doing a great job keeping vision control over this dragon as they catch another Blitzcrank out. And, oh, run for your life, Graves! You are gonna die. Oh, yep. There's a good flash, play, hook combo coming in from Thresh to secure that Graves kill, and now they should be able to take this dragon without much difficulty. But oh wait, is that a split pushing Gnar I see? Nah, just kidding. Cause Rise is there to stop him from doing anything funny. And yep, that's just gonna be a free dragon. And this might be no. Yeah, get out of there, little buddy. You don't want to tangle with that Rise. And I would really like to see some more Vi action coming in here. It looks like, it just feels like every time I mouse over her, she's still got her ultimate up. And no one, we've seen a distinct lack of dunks here. Need more dunks, please. Rise, cleaning out some vision. The question marks are apparent. as it looks like both teams are getting back into this mid lane tango. And look at the gold. It is now 12k. Rough. Yep. Echoing what's going on being said here in Twitch chat, the ward coverage coming in from Samsung Black, that's the blue team for those of you at home. And this bottom lane is pretty ugly in the blue side. Looks like old Zigosaur is going to start clearing out the wards from Baron. I expect to see Samsung Black start transitioning some of that vision that they've got over in the blue side of the 0Ps to the red side. As the dragon is less of a thing, and we are now into Baron time, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, I know, I can feel the shivers from the audience. Baron time. Alright. Ooh, Kha'Zix may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but no, here's the turn, because Syndra's here, and she's got balls. Alright. Looks like everybody's gonna back up a little bit. Yep, the 0P seems to be realizing that Syndra is level 14, Ryze is level 15, and they are at a level disadvantage. That would have been a nice hook, or a nice grab if Blitz had landed it, but such is League. And, oh, wow, Gnar just got melted. Wait, add Vi to that, and oh, Nelly. The thought may have gone a little bit too ham there, and he gets punished by a well-placed burst combo there from LeBlanc. But it's not going to save the turret. And it's probably not going to save their inhibitor turret either. Or their inhibitor. Graves just dumps his ultimate out there. See what happens. Not a lot. And oh, there's the grab. But as I mentioned, Ryze is no longer someone you really want to grab, and he secures an easy double kill. He's already got his, Frozen Heart completed, so he's pretty tanky, a lot of cooldown, a lot of damage. And this, I suspect, is going to be a top turret into Baron here for Samsung Black. And Jinx is getting excited. Where are the dunks? Alright, Syndra's gonna grab her blue buff. And it looks like we're gonna get another mid lane showdown. So far, this has gone terrible for 0P, but gotta give him points for trying. And Gnar lands a pretty nice double stun there, but unfortunately he doesn't get the one who counts, which is Jinx, and ooh, a wild Gosu appears and almost takes down the Jinx, but Thresh says, "Nuh-uh, buddy, you dead." And you dead. And oh, everybody's going down. Alright, there's a nice dunk, but it's unfortunately not really the skill you want to use defensively, because there comes Jinx, and that's an ace. And that might be game, as he said incredulously, but yeah, that's 15 seconds, not to mention 20 seconds on two people, so I think this is probably going to be game. You know who likes killing turrets? Jinx likes killing turrets. There's one. There's two. And that is your first game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Going to Samsung Black. Stay tuned. We're going to have more amateur action coming here shortly. I'm going to turn it back over to Darkorpse, and stay with us.
Indeed, that was a Samsung Black on the blue side, emerging victorious third round of play. A fairly impressive score on that Thresh, 1-0, 24 assists. Maintaining your life throughout 31 minutes of play is not an easy task. Taking a look at the bracket, Phage Clan had a round 1 bye and was waiting for that round 1 matchup to conclude, so we should be able to get into our round 2 game momentarily. Forgetting who I have on my friends list from these teams. Oh no! Samsung Black, who is on your team? Who do I know? Gotta get us back into this matchup. I know I have members from Phage Clan on my friends list, but not seeing them currently. Friends list 100%. Gotta love the Riot Enforced 300 max friends list. So we're going to add a member from Samsung Black here, guys, and then I will be doing that giveaway for you. Once again, guys, we are doing a giveaway as we did reach 50 viewers, and there was requests that we do a giveaway of 50 viewers as opposed to 100, and since we were sitting around 40, 45, I was like, you know what? You guys are worth it. So we did reach that number. We have announced that in the Twitch chat. The link should still be in Twitch chat available for you guys. So go ahead and head over to our website, enter your Twitch name and your summoner name, and momentarily I will be collecting those results, heading over to random.org and selecting a random winner via the IDs of those entries. Which has been sent out to that user, looking for summoners from these teams. There we go. Have the invite from Make Sense here. Going to get down to spectator mode. Look sure that we can get Abers into the game as well. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here this evening. Going to be Zero Penis. I believe they are on the blue side tonight. I can scroll up there to the bracket. Again, I can get that bracket link posted back into Twitch chat for you. I apologize, not Zero Penis. It was Samsung Black that emerged victorious, and they're actually playing on the purple side as well, so I'm wrong on both counts there. Gonna be Phage Clan here on the blue side, and Samsung Black on the purple side. Move myself down to the spectate slot, can invite here for Abers. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here, and as I am sitting in this lobby, just going to confirm that we can get Abers into this game before they start up. We do have all 10 members. You need somebody to move down into spectator mode for him to get that invite down. So we got to see round 1 of play, and I'll get the link for our giveaway posted in Twitch chat one more time for you guys before I head over and finalize our giveaway. Again, just doing a $10 RP code giveaway for one lucky viewer this evening. Give you guys until Abers gets into this lobby, and then I will generate a random number. We'll collect the total number of entries, see where we're sitting at. Taking a look over here, currently looks like we have about 24 entries. Still not seeing Abers into this game yet. Abers needs that invite. And again, heading into round 2 of play here. This is a not-so-stock gaming amateur bracket tournament. Summoners must be between bronze 5 and gold 1 in the solo queue. Seeing a number of gold and silver summoners coming in this lobby. I'm a little bit confused by what's going on here.
I have not gotten an invite yet.
Oh, apparently they wanted me to move up to invite you. There we go, send invite. Invite has been sent, doing that the manual hard way. There we go. We should be able to get Abers into the game here, guys. And once again, it is a round 2 game. There are going to be 5 rounds of play this evening, I do believe, getting into our finals matchups as we get to round 5. So this is not yet our quarterfinals, but the winners of this game, I believe, will be merging into the quarterfinals of play. And as Abers is into this game, I will generate a random number between 1 and 24 here. I apologize, I should probably refresh my window to make sure I've got the correct number of entries. We are now up to 27 entries, and that's what I'm going to finalize things at. So between 1 and 27, our number is 8, and 8 is the summoner El Benga with the Twitch chat name of OFGDOM. So if you are in Twitch chat, let us know. We're going to send you a PM with a card code. Congratulations to our giveaway winner. Still waiting on one more summoner to come into this lobby here. Wrong window. Ooh, we may have Pharroh joining us as well to showcast for this round 2 game, so it will be Abers and Pharroh potentially joining me to cast this. I do apologize for my silence and distraction. They're apparently having a few more issues getting matches actually started up there. 1v1 Baron Yuan would have finished their round 1 game of 5 to 10 minutes ago, so they have about 5 minutes remaining to get that round 2 game against Benched 4 Pawns underway. Okay, guys, heading into round 2 here. Looking like we're going to get an invite sent out once again here to Pharroh, who will be joining us to showcast. Not sure if you guys are familiar with Pharroh, but Pharroh is one of our previous showcasters from Not So Stuck Gaming, same as Abers. So Abers definitely predates Pharroh, if memory serves me correctly, and I mean, I'm a Darkorpse. My memory hopefully isn't failing at this point in time. Once again, guys, Pharroh going to be joining us to showcast with Abers for this round 2 game. This is our amateur bracket tournament heading into round 2 of play here. Going to be Phage Clan on the blue side, and they're facing off against Samsung Black on the purple side. Remembering that we watched Samsung Black play against Zero Penises in round 1 of play, where they managed to emerge victorious. Alright, and Pharroh is into the lobby here, looking to get him to join our Skype call.
I'm actually here, just sitting in the background listening.
Ah, perfect. Welcome, Pharroh. I will hand things back over to the both of you as we are now into champion selection.
Awesome.
Alright, and did you catch that last game, Pharroh?
I did. I was actually Aristocracy, kind of giving advice throughout, or bad-mouthing, maybe. I don't know. Depends on how you take it.
Excellent. So, yeah, I would be intrigued to see whether or not some of these things get banned out that we saw just demolish in the previous game. Like, that Syndra and that Thresh probably have to go.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I mean, thus far we're only seeing fairly common bans, or at least at my elo with the Morgana and Lucian. But I would 100% agree with you. They probably both need to be banned out.
Yeah, and we're going to see that Kha'Zix go away, which I think is a pretty good choice. He's got the unfortunate reality of being both pretty good early game in 1v1 situations and being a really nasty late game assassin that can just jump, hop, skip, and stab your entire team. Let's see, we got a Fizz and a Lee Sin going out?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see the either Thresh or Jinx banned. You'll have to forgive me, which 2 teams are playing here, just so I can get a good reference point?
That is an excellent question. I believe this is Phage Clan versus Samsung Black, though despite the fact that I just shoutcasted them previous, I believe Samsung Black's on the purple side, and we have Phage Clan here on the blue side.
Gotcha.
I was excited. I was excited there for a possibility of a Vel'Koz.
I am too. I've mained Vel'Koz since he came out as a support player, and you don't really see him that often. So I was kind of in the same boat.
Every time I play him and every time I use his ultimate, I just scream laser, and it's amazing.
Laser beam.
Yes, fire the laser. All right, Ahri. I actually like where Ahri's positioned these days. I think as far as assassins go, she's, as long as you can land those charms, she's, I think, one of the few that has kind of escaped the whole ban, remove your silence issue that plagues both Talon and I think LeBlanc.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Ari is definitely underplayed on most levels of play. I feel like her mobility and burst damage, accompanied along with her charm, which provides, and I could be wrong, up to 3 seconds of taunt.
I think it's shorter than that. Only because I remember the dark times of the Fiddlesticks nerfs when they lowered the duration on fear. So I think all crowd control that actually makes you not able to do things is less than 3. I think it's like 2.5 maybe. I don't know. Maybe someone in Twitch chat could help us out there. Alright, and whoo, spicy. That is an Amumu locked in. And I like Amumu. Both as an adorable, sad little mummy character, and I think he's okay position wise. He does pretty well versus tanks like Braum, since he's got that magic damage for max health percent coming off his little tier pool that ticks every second. But you know somebody I like better than Amumu, and that's Rengar. I think Rengar just cuts to the exact thing that you want to be doing as a jungler in this current meta, and that's ganking. Right? You can mess around with turret pushing, you can mess around with taking objectives, but you know what makes the game easier? Making it a 4v5. And you know what makes a 4v5? A hunting Rengar. No! As I talk about Rengar, it immediately gets changed off. That's unfortunate. Jarvan's good too, don't get me wrong, but I don't know.
I actually feel like J4's ganks are a little better early. Rengar really doesn't reach come to fruition until level 6, where as soon as you hit level 2 with J4, he's an immediate threat.
This is true. I actually think it's much more difficult to successfully implement, but I think the level 3 Rengar ganks are actually a little bit undervalued, since he does have that. You can land that snare. That's probably, yeah, you're definitely right. Especially in this team with the amount of crowd control that is going to be provided by Braum and Maoki. Jarvan's probably the right choice. Not to mention, if you can land the Cataclysm, that makes the Jinx rocket much easier to hit. Though, I do believe most of these champions can hop out of the Cataclysm. Corki certainly can. Amumu can. I think Nami's the only person who's going to have to burn Flash. Alright, and ooh, interesting. The
TF's a little different on this team composition.
Yeah.
For a mid, he definitely has some potential. You can get those really easy 4-man ganks into the top or bottom lane with his ultimate, and provided with the J4 flag spear Cataclysm combo, you can really do a lot of damage really quickly and set up a lot of good objective control that way. What I don't care for about that pick into the purple team is that right now they have a huge team fight potential team. They have the Maokai, which starts with the snare and then a slow, which if you follow that up into a Cataclysm and then an immediate Fissure from Braum, you've pretty much stunned their team for a really, really long time. And it's going to allow Jinx to put in a good amount of work. The TF's more poke-oriented, I feel. And I don't know. I don't feel like TF's ever a bad choice. I just don't feel like he was the right choice for the purple team, for Samsung Black.
I do kind of feel like he's basically Ari bait in this game. Because other than him, you can get the Jinx, but there's not a lot of great Ari targets, right? Like, you're not looking to... It's not like there's a Zyra you can get and just feed off of, but if the Twisted Fate falls behind, I feel like the Ari's just going to eat him all day. Though, we'll have to see. I think at level 6, if he can get rolling with a good ultimate into one of these crowd control combos that can just get the Jinx incredibly far ahead, like we saw last game where she was just racking up the double kills, I think that this will end up pretty well for them. However, there is the unfortunate reality of the Amumu, Curse the Sad Mummy, Nami coming in with the tidal wave. So it's not like what is their team name? Phage Clan is really hurting for the crowd control either. I think this is gonna be a pretty good match.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I do feel like Phage Clan has definitely more of a pick / split push composition going. And if they can really rock a 1-4 or a 1-3-1 split push combo, I think they will roll all over Samsung Black. Now, the Amumu pick is definitely kind of refreshing to me. You don't really see a lot of support junglers being picked, especially since the meta is more focused on carry junglers, like as you mentioned with the Rengar or excuse me, with the Kha'Zix. So seeing somebody like play a Mumu or a Rammus or maybe even a Malphite is definitely really refreshing, and I feel like it's actually going to make more of a difference than it would if they played a carry jungler, especially with their current team composition.
I think so too, and I'd be interested to see what route old Rito Wolf, is that right Wolf? Rito Wolf?
Rito.
What Rito Wolf? Well, what route Amumu goes to build? I actually think I favor the early what's it called? Early God, I'm having a total brain fart. Flame cloak thing that builds out of a chainmail and a giant's belt. It sets you on fire and makes you look awesome.
Right. And that would definitely give me reason to cry if I was a Mumu, if I was on fire, being made of bandages anyways.
Right?
No, I do feel like a early Sunfire Cloak is going to be key.
Sunfire Cape, yes. All right. I can die easy now. Yes. Thank you. Oh my God, Rust Willie, you have come to my rescue again. I think this guy was, or this, I'm actually not sure if it's a dude, but this person was there to answer my questions last time I had to shoutcast and didn't know the answer to things. Yes, the cape makes you a hero. All right, sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, it's fine. I actually would prefer to see Mumu start off building a little bit of damage. It's going to make his ganks a little more, pack a little more punch early, which is what he misses as a Mumu. Because really, you'd look for that level 6 gank. It's kind of like with a Warwick. He doesn't really become the champion that you want him to be until level 6, and he gains that AOE crowd control. So grabbing the early, I believe it's Spirit of the, is it Lizard Elder? The one that gives you some AP cooldown?
God, I should know this. Spirit of the Lizard Elder is the damage one. Spirit of the Ancient, Spirit of the Wraith. Spirit of the Wraith, I can't, Spirit of the, God, I look like a total noob. Can't remember the goddamn item names.
Whichever item looks like a hood is the jungler item for AP. That's the one. I'd really prefer to see him start with that as opposed to just immediate start tank. But that way he actually becomes a little bit of a threat with his bandage toss, his despair, and then
Spirit of the Spectral Wraith.
That's it.
Yeah, the advantage to that with the Mumu is that the passive that it gives, where it gives you total percentage damage done to creeps back as health and mana, is pretty sick with a Mumu, because it means you can go into the jungle, turn on your W, and just recharge all of your health and mana, and then be ready for the next gank. I think I agree, and I go back and forth on whether or not I like that or the Spirit of the Ancient Golem, and go even more tanky. The one advantage I think a Mumu's got in this going just pure tank in this matchup is that his passive, which lowers the overall magic resist of enemies when you do auto attacks, is going to be pretty nice in conjunction with either ganking mid for Ahri, making those little spirit balls hurt more, or with Corki, who also does a surprising amount of magic damage. And so, though Now that I'm saying it, I suspect we'll see the Spectral Wraith coming through. Since even with that argument, I think that I don't know. I just don't see a lot of pure Tankamumus anymore. I feel like that's definitely fallen out of favor. And my solo queue record with it probably shows the reason why that's true. So some anecdotal evidence right there. Shno. All right. Ooh. Hopefully we'll see. Hopefully we'll see Ari buy some items. All right. There we go.
By the way, something I noticed last time, I think Corpse is running the cameraman for us tonight. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
Oh, this is true.
No, last game it was all of the figures on the bottom. They weren't matched up as far as top lanes, bottom lane supports, and all that. It really helps viewers get a little bit more in touch and see a little bit more comparison if we can just drag and move them around.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And we are seeing.
For you there.
Thank you. Sorry, I know I probably shouldn't have called you out on Twitch. That wasn't my purpose in saying that.
Ooh. All right, we got a little bit of an action here. As we're gonna see a little bit more of a level 1, since both teams are going to at least have some idea of where the junglers are starting.
Minions have spawned.
And it looks like we are going to see a lane swap as well. It looks like Jace is going to be in the bottom versus Jinx Braum, and we're going to see Corki Nami rush the top lane. I feel like that's going to work out better for Samsung Black than it is for the Phage clan, though.
Yeah, normally I'd say that Jace is probably in a better situation 1v2, since he does have that ranged mode, but the tree's not going to really have that hard of a problem either, since he's got that passive every time, every 7 skills, he's going to get that, I think it's 20% health regen on his next auto attack, so he should be able to keep pretty well sustained. We'll have to keep track of his farm as the game progresses.
Well, the big thing is when you try to switch lanes is that you want somebody with basically a lot of sustain, so people like Mundo work out well. Somebody that's not going to be easily pushed around as well. And Jace, really, while he can't be pushed around as well, and he does have some good wave clear, he's still seriously lacking in the sustainability, especially in mana early.
This is true, and any damage that or poke that they get down onto him is probably going to stick. So, did he take teleport? Ooh, he didn't take teleport either. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a little bit more difficult for him. Since he's going to lose probably 2 whole waves if he gets pushed out early and they just push them into the turret. Though, some good trades going on there in the mid lane. At least the top lane match seems to have kind of anticipated this in some degree, since he's definitely set for sustain. Got that crystalline flask with a grip of potions, so he should be up there for a bit.
With that being said, though, he is being zoned extremely well by the Phage clan. I mean, you can look, the difference between CS already is 3-1 in favor of Jace.
Yeah, and Nami makes that basically a nightmare. Since she's got the bubble threat, she's got pretty long range magic poke with her Q, and she can add that slow down onto any auto attacks that Corki manages to get in. Ooh, yeah, he's just sitting there at basically, oh, meanwhile in the mid lane. Ooh,
good bubble up top, Nami. They're going for an early kill. Ooh! So I get excited.
Wow.
So he does realize that he is probably going to die, so he comes back in the snare and hopes to get a kill on Corki.
Yeah, and he managed to dodge both the Phosphorus Bomb and proc his passive to live a little bit longer. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough, as I don't think Corki was really in turret range. And nobody died in the mid lane?
They ran away both pretty low, actually.
Yeah. I think I saw a Twisted Fate eat a charm right as Jarvan was trying to come around, which probably put the kibosh on any gank attempts there.
Yeah.
Alright.
Now, up in the top lane, I would say that's pretty much exactly where Maokai wants to keep his minion farm. Just basically not real far away from turret, but just out of turret range. That way he's not susceptible to ganks and he won't be zoned out as much.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't see the Jarvan focus that top lane and try and go for an early dive, since, I mean, he's not too... He's definitely got the mobility to get in on it, and definitely also has, with those recent changes, I think it was like 2 or 3 patches back where they changed his passive to make it so that he does more damage with less auto attacks. That I think that they probably could have gotten a successful dive off there, though I guess they didn't really need it, since they managed to finish him off 2v1. But it would have been nice to have 3 people up at the top to finish off that turret real quick and make sure that they keep dragon control. Wait, what am I talking about? The jungler for the top... Sorry, I got the teams confused.
It's okay, it happens to me all the time.
Alright, and we are back.
But no, I do think that J4 should be focusing top a little bit more. While Corki does have the Valkyrie to escape, if they put in enough CC on Nami, she's a pretty easy pickup. And plus, it would also pretty much negate all advantages of the 2v1 trade on top.
Yeah, because you know, a Mumu isn't going to be able to put that kind of similar lane pressure if he teams up with Jace. But that's going to be pretty early dragon, which is really impressive considering that this is the... Oh, no, I'm confusing teams again. These lane swaps got me all mixed up.
Well, I actually do like the fact that they did an early dragon. The early pink there, I think was a little bit unnecessary, especially since you're dealing with a pressured lane to begin with. I think it would have been better suited maybe in the little soul patch bush, as I call it, right above the dragon pit. But they are kind of sticking with what they did last game, which was early neutral objective control, and I think that's definitely going to lead to a lot better late game for them.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a little bit fewer wards, I think, overall. I think at this point last game there was like 2 pink wards deep in the enemy side blue, though I guess they were on the opposite side of the map last game. But either way, I would... Oh, well, here comes a gank.
Jay's significantly out of position, but that poke with his Q and his gate, an accelerator gate, and I'm forgetting what his Q is. Give me just...
Oh, Shock Blast.
That's right, thank you. Shock Blast into his accelerator gate really negated the ability for them to do anything. Just because J4's so low, he's level 3 right now, he's pretty far behind. And with Jinx at half health, it probably would not have been a favorable trade for them.
Yeah, and this is something that I think we're seeing a conscious choice being made by Samsung Black for their jungler to take a to take the more aggressive ganking style rather than farming up. I remember last game we saw the Kazakhs try and gank at level 4, a level 6, I believe it was, something pretty scary in the mid lane, and quickly reassess that situation. So yeah, I suspect we'll see him retreat back into the jungle until he gets that Cataclysm back up.
Yeah, I think that's definitely important. A lot of problems that we find, especially in... Oh, sorry, you're seeing a huge bubble coming out up top and the bomb coming out. Missile barrage coming out to finish up the kill on to Maokai. So, really good bubble so far.
Yeah. Despite that fact that it seemed like the tree was going to have a better time. Well, I think that they're making sacrifices of the top lane for the sake of the bottom lane here for Samsung Black, because I can't see how much farm is the what is the farm comparison between AD carries?
Well, the farm comparison is actually 71 to 59 in favor of Phage Clan. And interestingly enough, the Jace is 55 CS to 62 CS, so he's pretty well keeping up with the ADC.
Wow.
And
yeah, compare that to the 19 from Maoki? I don't know. Someone made fun of me on Twitch chat last time, so I'm a little self-conscious about it. I'm gonna call him Maoki. What's happening?
Well, the big reason that's happening is that the Braum for Samsung Black isn't pressuring. Oh, we are seeing them being caught out here. A missed bandage toss though. Coming out, the Fisher comes out to come out against the move to stop him. Huge mega death rocket from Jinx. This is going to be a double kill for the purple team.
Yeah, and there's going to be a buff transfer too. And this happened last game. We all know what happened there.
Yeah, Jinx pretty much ruled the game last time. I do feel like it was in large part due to the Thresh. I kind of feel like the Thresh was the MVP last time. However, Jinx is coming in. She does miss the charm. However, she is going to be able to pick up the kill, and it looks like she will. Oh no, she may just get away unless she can ult one more time. And she doesn't have it. So extremely good play. Calling it close with the CS though, for her own life.
Yeah. Both just getting away with slivers of health. Alright. And I think that's going to be the top turret going down too. Here in short order.
Yeah, I feel like Samsung Black is really out of their presence, their meta here with the lane swap. They're really not sure how to effectively handle that, in my opinion. When you lane swap like that, it is very important that you press very hard into the enemy team because you want that early turret as quickly as possible, so you can switch back and give your top laner an advantage. But the Samsung Black didn't do that in the bottom lane. In fact, their pressure against the Jace was very lackluster, in my opinion.
And I thought that this lane swap was fantastic up until Jace just cleared that wave. Because if he hadn't have cleared that wave, if he had just let it lurk right there and maybe, I don't know, it looked like it was even maybe pushing back towards his turret, that would have just made the top lane miserable for the Samsung Black team, because what is he going to do against a Jace that is as far ahead? I think he's a whole level ahead and like at least 50 CS, a couple of items, and I don't even know how he would be able to. The choice would either be farming in front of the blue topside turret and assuredly opening himself up to a gank from a Mumu, or just, I guess, wandering lost through the jungle, lurking down in one of the other lanes. I think that would have just sealed the deal here. But instead, I think that old Treeface is going to be able to farm back up a little bit better, since I expect him to make a pretty strong effort to freeze the lane, like he was trying to do previous in front of this turret. And I think it's going to end up it's going to work out a little bit better than it did when he was 2v1ing, since the Jace is going to have a harder time versus this Amumu. And, where's the Amumu building? Okay, so yeah, Amumu actually did end up going with Spirit of the Ancient Golem, which is going to give him some of that early armor that will make the ganks against Jace quite a bit more potent.
Yeah, I agree and disagree with their decision top at the same point in time. I disagree with his decision to push it pretty much for all the same reasons that you just mentioned. However, it's all going to depend on if the Jace actually stays in the top lane or not. By pushing that top lane, yes, he is going to allow Maokai to farm his way back into this game. With that being said, though, farming back into the game is going to take time. The same amount of time that he's farming, Jace can also be ganking other lanes and pressuring other lanes, and already increasing an advantage that the blue team's grasped at and grabbed already. So if Jace pressures the other lanes, I think it's a great decision. If he doesn't and he stays in the top lane, not smart in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll impress all of us and just totally lay into Amumu and friends and get the double kill, but I suspect that that's gonna be a little bit more difficult than he could have it, we'll say. And I don't see. Let me change my video settings.
A summoner
Okay, sweet.
reconnected.
Now I can see the scoreboard. Nice. Alright. So we just got a brief lull here while some of the players reconnect. Alright, and we are back underway. Alright, so... Ooh, we've got ourselves a bit of a gank here in the bottom lane. Hello? Did I lose contact?
Alright, very sorry about that. I sent you a message, I guess you didn't get it.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Now and I don't know why it's like my son has a timer, or he just has this intuition, and as soon as I try to shoutcast a game, bam, he's got to have my attention.
Oh, classic.
We are seeing some good trade going back and forth in the bottom lane. A good Nami bubble coming out. Looks like we are going to see Curse. However, J4 is coming in as well. So it just could be a good turn, especially with the TF coming in buff. They are having to back the TF getting a little low. Good zap coming out to slow it, but if she gets caught with anything, she might go down.
Yeah, that was like centimeters away from being a dead Jinx getting caught. Oh god, but here comes the Ahri and she's gonna get a triple kill? Maybe. It's gonna be close, oh. Nope.
Such good CC, and Corky comes in to clean up.
Well, somebody got a triple kill. It was just the man riding the walrus.
And that gank was absolutely huge for Corky. Not only did he pick up 3 kills, but he got an assist. It's going to give him some free farm, and it looks like they'll get a tower and a dragon out of this.
Yeah, not to mention that's going to enable him to complete his Triforce, which is going to mean power spike for him. I expect we'll see him saddle up and start taking down turrets. Since once you get the Triforce with Corky, your power spike is basically there. And you're pretty much, I think, one of the scariest AD carries mid-game. Or you pick any AD carry and give him one item, I think that you take Corky and the Triforce.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Corky with this passive, that gives you the 10% true damage, and then you immediately up that with the Trinity Force. The damage boost that you get is pretty well insane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, mid-game, I feel like he's possibly one of the strongest. It depends on how fit he is in comparison to some of the others. But I don't know. Definitely just one item. Corky's definitely up there as far as damage output goes.
And it does look like Jace has decided to stick around and try and poke down this top lane. Let's see if Jarvan starts to wander over there. He's gonna get seen by a ward, but I don't know. Jace might be too far up to even react to that. Well, he's gonna wait until he gets a red buff first.
Well, the thing with Jace as well is he's got an extremely good kit for kiting. He's got the pushback, he's got the slow, then he can just immediately switch over, which gives him a movement speed boost, as well as his accelerator gate. So he may be so far ahead at this point that he doesn't have to worry about it. Maybe we'll figure it out pretty quick, you know?
Yeah. Those shock blasts starting to hurt. I took about a fourth of Sir Fapsalot? About a fourth of Sir Fapsalot's health with just one shock blast combo. Though, to be fair, he hasn't actually completed very many items, and I expect we'll see that change once he's managed to get some armor under his belt. But, ooh, what's going on here in the mid lane?
Really late on that gold card.
Yeah. Face check into the gold card, but it doesn't really look like it ends up like it should. Skill shots all over the place, but Ari wants it, and she's gonna have it.
Yep. She wanted her cake and wanted to eat it too. It really did cost her. What I'm kind of disappointed in is that this J4, it's almost like he's a piece of paper. He's just getting ripped. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we are seeing the Jinx and Braum ultimately just destroy the Nami. So good Fisher, Mega Death Rocket that led to a kill for them. It'll be interesting to see if they stick around, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty potent burst combo. There's a Moo. He actually does have Curse the Sad Mummy. Unfortunately, both the bottom lanes have their flash. So.
Yeah, really good timing on their part as well. They pretty much timed that to the T of when they could dodge the Curse of the Sad Mummy to get out.
Alright. So no team really has vision superiority, I'd say, here. Most of these Samsung Black wards are pretty defensive, which, is better than a kick in the pants, but it's not. It's more playing to not lose than playing to win, in my opinion.
And I actually disagree with that. And I don't say that to say, oh yeah, you're wrong. However, there's a Jace, and you see that huge burst from the full combo coming out from Jace there onto the J4.
Yeah, and I'm really seeing what you mean by him being made of paper, because there goes 3/4 of his health. Oh, and cutting down the tree.
Yeah, such huge burst, and that's part of the reason why I like Jace. I feel like in the late game he kind of falls off a little bit as people tank up a little bit. But early, I mean, with that lead that he has, 112 CS, 1 kill, 2 assists, and Man Immune is going to be really big on him.
Oh yeah, if we see him ever team up here with Corki to siege down a turret, that's pretty impressive. If you match the shock blast with the rockets. So it looks like they're going to go for a 1-4 split. And it should be pretty effective. Looks like they're going to get that mid turret.
And this is kind of what I was alluding to at the beginning of the champ select about the split pushing. It looks like they are going to get a little bit caught out here with a good team. TV coming into Fisher coming out. They are starting to get a lot of procs going down onto their team. However, the Maokai does go down. Curse of the Sad Mummy does come back out. They are trying to turn this around. Braum goes down. It looks like Jinx is going to go down as well. So really good job on the blue team to know when to kite and when to hard edge.
Oh, and TF just wanders in to get cut down. Yeah, that was looking really good for Samsung Black until it turned out that there was a Moo in the middle of their team.
Right. But as I was saying about the wards, I feel like the defensive wards are extremely good for them at this point in the game. They do realize that they are being pushed back. The outer rim of their vision is their second tier turrets, now their inhibitor turret in their mid lane. So trying to push out their vision by just a little bit and basically picking up the picks is how they're going to get back into this game. They need some mistakes coming out from Phage Clan, and they're going to get that from those defensive wards. So I do feel like it's basically trying to get them into a win as opposed to, hey, let's try not to lose. It's just a little bit different approach since they're so far behind.
So I can definitely respect that logic. The problem with it for me is that I think that they're just so far behind at this point that it's really just a yes-no question. Is the enemy in our jungle? Yes, then we need to not be there. And so I think that what having deep wards allows you to do is get you a lot more pre-warning as to where the enemy team is going to be located. And so you can know whether or not there's going to be one enemy alone with 4 other enemies somewhere else. And I just don't think that, I think that you need that earlier warning. Well, I'll shut up here as you got some action here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-man gang into the bottom lane. Jinx getting absolutely pelted. She didn't stand a chance with the Ahri. She picks up, Ahri ends up picking up both kills. Really poor play on Samsung Black part. They were very overextended. As you can see, there's 0 wards in the bottom half of the map from Samsung Black.
Yeah, just peppered with little blue dots. It's not really what you're looking for when you're the red team. And yeah, this is looking like Samsung Black getting some of their own medicine, as the 17-6 score here is pretty reminiscent of the things they ran up on 0P last game.
Now, something you really, basically on both sides of the coin here, I try to do this, and I'm going to knocking on the door of Plat if I can ever finally get 2 decent teams in my series, or if I can do decent both times, because I realize I haven't worked that in my series. But something I try to do is to figure out my winning factors in the beginning, in the mid, and in the late game. And let me know if I'm talking too much. I have a tendency to do that. At least that's what my wife says. But in the middle of this game, FaZe pretty much just needs to keep doing exactly what they're doing. Where Samsung Black needs to survive to the late game because their late game is significantly stronger than FaZe cards, or they need to start getting picks to get strong right now. But that's what we need to see out of them to see.
Yeah, the mid-game 5v5 is really not working out for Samsung Black, I don't think, and it's I think it's by design. The poke and the assassination potential coming in from the Ahri, Corki, Jace combo is pretty gross. And throw in 2 pretty strong utility champions with a high degree of AoE crowd control, and that's a recipe for an ace, if I've ever heard one. But hopefully Samsung Black can turtle a little bit. I don't know. I've not really been impressed with the top lane action coming here, and I think you're dead on that they were not prepared for the lane swap, and it's really showing.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
I don't really think that the Twisted Fate pick has done a whole lot either. It seems mostly like his ultimates have been him jumping in a little bit too late to die.
Now we are seeing a good engage. TF taking significant more damage than he should, so they are going to get a good pick there. Knowing that Corki's bot moves AFK. If they can finish this up and pick up a 3 for none or a 3 for 1 kill, it would be absolutely huge for them at this point.
And this is a pretty silly engage. The 5 of them just basically like walked at the at Phage and managed to catch what, 2, 3 of them?
Yeah.
They were definitely out of position here. Not really, I think, respecting the threat that Samsung Black poses, though. Uh-oh, a Mumu showed up.
Huge shock blast. And Maokai teleported bot to try and stop this Corki push, and Corki pretty much just laughed at him and his 97 farm and said, no, I'm taking the turret anyways.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? How much... Alright, yeah, he hasn't... This Rod of Ages is still missing 4 stacks? 5 stacks?
2 stacks, actually.
Ah. And yeah, he has 0 armor. Opting for those Merc Treads rather than the Ninja Tabby.
Good Mega
I think is...
Go ahead.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff there, but I think that the Merc Treads are definitely the right idea. Something interesting, this Corki is choosing to max Despair rather than Bandage Toss first. Or second, sorry. You max Tantrum basically always first, but he's going for the AoE magic damage. So he's doing about 3.4% of your max health every second, so that tree doesn't have some magic resist, he's gonna be dead pretty quick. Just from the kind of Corki or the Amumu burn damage.
Yeah, and Amumu has went ahead and picked up the hunting geese, hunting guys, depending on what part of the country you're from. So it is going to do quite a bit of damage, despite just having a little bit of AP.
Yeah, a little bit of magic pen on Amumu goes a long way.
And a good pickup from there. Huge Curse of the Sad Mummy coming in, trying to negate the Cataclysm. It looks like they're just going to run through these guys, tear them down, and finish the game.
Yeah, Jinx may be able to salvage this. I don't know. She eats a bubble and ooh, just
Whiff.
Inches off there with the Mega Death Rocket. That may have been the difference. Well, probably not, since Jay still has full health. He showed up. But that's probably going to be the game here.
Yeah, the fat lady is done warming up. She's singing full voice here. Extremely well played from Phage Clan. They pretty much knew what they wanted to do to start with, and then executed it to near perfection. I kind of feel like that was a mistake, not finishing the Nexus, but to each their own.
This is true. And a little bit cocky there with Phage, kind of celebrating before they've actually finished the job. But I think that this is probably just delaying the inevitable. There's more than what is that? Almost a little bit less than 20k lead here. And the level disparity is pretty significant with 2 level 15s compared to the highest level being 13 on Samsung Black.
Yeah, the level separation is quite huge. At the same point in time, I've played probably my favorite game of all time. It was a fairly close game. We were behind a lot in turrets and kills and in objectives. But as far as gold was concerned, our CSing was good. But they actually got our Nexus down to 20 HP, and we came back and won. So I've seen teams come back from much worse than where Samsung Black is right now.
This is true. Well, they need to get that Braum up in the front and start blocking some of this poke, and then they really need to start getting their combo out before Phage does. They need to be... The fight needs to be initiated before Amumu can get into position with his curse and just lock down the back line.
Yeah, I 100% agree. If they're going to win their fights, and they're geared a whole lot better towards team fights. However, the Curse of the Mummy already coming out. This is pretty much definitely going to be GG, as they are getting the picks that they want. All the
wow. That tank line just evaporated. Alright, and there's the game.
Yeah, Samsung Black really needed to get into the back line of Phage Clan in order to win their team fights.
That's going to be the second game here for Not So Stuck Gaming. You're watching the amateur tournament, and we'll be back here in just a moment. I'm going to turn it over to Darkorpse, who's got more information for you. Stay tuned.
Indeed, we just got to see Phage Clan emerge victorious over Samsung Black in that round 2 game. Looking like we've had a number of other round 2 games conclude, including the one that will lead up into the quarterfinals matchup where Phage Clan is waiting, meaning that we actually have that game nearly ready to go. It's going to be Phage Clan versus Cheese in the Trap. Phage Clan on the blue side once again. Cheese in the Trap going to be on the purple side here. Looking like I actually already have a game invite, potentially to the game we are looking for. Oh no, lobby is full. Going to double check members of these teams, see if we can get ourselves a proper invite. Invite coming back in here once again, looking to see if this is going to be the correct team rosters as I get myself in the lobby. Indeed, this is the matchup between Phage Clan and Cheese in the Trap. We have Abers already in the lobby here. I think Pharroh may be leaving after that second round game, though he may join us for that quarterfinals game as well. Not completely sure. Always nice to have Pharroh join us, though he does have quite a busy schedule. like we have one more summoner waiting to come into the lobby here, though he was sitting in the spectator zone. Oh. Looking like Pharroh will indeed be joining us for this quarterfinals game after all. Alright guys, we're heading into round 3 again. That is the quarterfinals game. It's going to be between Phage Clan and Cheese in the Trap. Also getting a report coming in here that 1v1 Baron You Won't has won their round 2 game, meaning they're going to be good to go against Resurgent Esports momentarily, getting that bracket updated for you guys as well. Again, just waiting for Pharroh to get into the lobby here, looking like he has been added into the lobby, so we'll be good to go. And once again, guys, we're going to have Pharroh and Abers showcasing for you for our round 3 game here. We do have all 10 summoners from this game. Sorry, from this matchup again is going to be Phage Clan on the blue side, Cheese in the Trap on the purple side, and we are going to be into champion selection here. Again, guys, it's going to be a quarter-finals game. Phage Clan on the blue side, Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. We have 6 quarter-finalists currently qualified and waiting on 2 more round 2 games to conclude the winners of this matchup. We'll be heading on into the semi-finals tonight, where they are guaranteed some form of prize package for their participation this evening. And with those bans coming out, I'm going to hand things back over here to Abers and Pharroh.
Alright, Pharroh, well, it looks like Cheese in the Trap was paying attention, because we are not going to get that Jace troll, or that Jace show again, as he is quickly banned out.
Yeah, really not that surprising to see him first banned against Phage Clan. We are seeing the Morgana Kha'Zix ban coming out from Phage Clan, pretty common bans.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like Morgana just offers too much. She's really good at kind of countering any engaged shenanigans you want to run, especially if you're interested in getting that Amumu going. There's nothing like a Black Shield to kind of put a hamper in your day. Kha'Zix and Tristana, I think, are also similar, just kind of like spoiler champions. You know, it's going to ruin your team comp. It's getting fucking 5 kills or triple killed by a Kha'Zix or Tristana who just hop dead.
Yeah, the only problem I see with Tristana is I think Lucian's a little bit stronger early and mid, and that can kind of shut down your ADC. I feel like he's a stronger band than Tristana personally, but I do feel like if left alone, Tristana is absolutely huge late game.
That's true, and I kind of would have thought that blue team, Cheese in the Trap, would have first picked the Lucian here. I think that makes a bit more sense than Orianna, though. I mean, as far as safe, all-round, helpful champions go, Orianna's pretty far up there.
Oh, I agree. She has such a high skill cap, so she can play all over the place. She's more of a utility instead of burst, though she does get some huge burst, especially if she gets fed early. So basically the utility that she brings to a team is really, really big.
Oh yeah, and the fancy things you can do with her, I'm sure at least some of our listeners have seen the cowbell delivery system YouTube clip that was going around a couple months back, and the Rengar combo that was used pretty effectively in some of those Worlds games where you just give the ball to somebody who's invisible or can jump into the enemy team, and that makes landing that command shockwave really easy, and for a really fancy play. Alright, so we're going to see the Amumu getting actually... Wait, which... Okay, so this is Phage Clan here on the blue side, and purple side is Cheese in the Trap. So we are going to see Wolf here on the Amumu again. I thought he did pretty well in the previous game. There were a couple missed bandage tosses, but overall I thought that his play was pretty on point.
Yeah, I agree with you. His ability to get to the back line of Sunset Black really, in my opinion, was the difference maker for their team. I feel like he and Jace were by far the MVPs for their team.
Yeah, and there's a couple of those fights where it looked like things were going well, and then that little Yordle mummy happened to be just standing right next to your AD carry and AP carry. And yeah, if you let him go unchecked, he's eventually just gonna kill him. So we'll have to see what Cheese in the Trap has here to deal with this. Looks like they're gonna lock in some assassination potential of their own.
Now, thus far, and I can't say for sure because I don't know what the last 3 champions are going to be, but blue team is very, very heavily late game oriented, and we're definitely looking mid game oriented on Cheese in the Trap. I'm just going to call you guys cheesers. I hope that's okay, because it's easier to say.
The Corky pick, I think, would definitely help round out this lineup, give them some early pressure versus this Jace the Lucian matchup. Lucian Nami is a lot of poke and a lot of kill threat, so it's got to be something pretty special here for the bottom lane. I think Corky Sona would be pretty good. You got the sustain to kind of counter Nami's, and well, never mind. It's gonna be the Braum. Curse of the caster.
Isn't that the truth? I always think they're listening, and they just choose somebody else just to spite us.
Yeah, I think that has happened before, but mostly it's just the troll mouseovers with like the Teemos and the Heimerdingers. Aurelia would be an interesting pick here. If that's the case, I'm not super sure who their jungler is.
It's definitely going to be Maokai in the jungle, and Aurelia top, if Aurelia is chosen.
I don't know about that. I mean, his ganks are okay. It definitely improved since they changed Sapling Toss to add, I think it's like a 50% slow on top of it, but I guess. It's the rest of the lane match. The fact that they have pretty strong lanes, as is, I think is gonna definitely help mitigate some of that lack in damage and lack of oomph coming in from the Maokai ganks.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm kind of disappointed. I'll be honest. I do feel like Nami's a good pickup with Lucian, especially if she's played to perfection, near like we saw the Nami on the last game. With that being said, though, I feel like Braum Lucian is such a stronger lane than Nami Lucian, just because you get one proc from Braum.
Oh yeah, it's so easy. Yeah.
And it's pretty much, oh no, you're going to be stunned for sure.
Yep.
Plus, I feel like Cheese in the Trap is definitely lacking into the late game with only Aurelia and maybe Nami a little bit, being the champions that scale decently. Zed can scale well, but he really has to have a great early game that leads to a great mid game and then leads to a great end game. And against the champions that he's playing against, the only people he's really going to be able to assassinate well is Orianna and Corky, who have a huge meat line in front of them to begin with. I don't know. I'll be honest. Just based off of team matchups, I'm a little worried for Cheese in the Trap.
Yeah, I kind of like to see the Aurelia take Ignite instead. Since if she's, I mean, you're not gonna. I don't really like her in the late game versus Ryze, right? You can't really dive in since he's just gonna rune prison you and then lay into you with his ultimate. And I think that teleport kind of is gonna give B-Boy Noobs here a little bit more faith in his late game than is necessary. I think that he needs to focus on just killing Ryze pretty early, teaming up with the Maokai and setting that lane behind pretty significantly at the beginning of the game. Otherwise, yeah, I don't really see how this is going to go super well for Cheese in the Trap. Maybe with some pretty sick Zed roams, that could really, I think, change the game. But man, if you're a Moo, you know what you want to face. It's another tank jungler because
Exactly.
Despair just rips them to shreds. Not to mention you have the armor, you have the match resist shredding passive. He's got double AP plus the AP damage coming in from Corki. And that, plus there's no way you're going to out-utility an Amumu in a team fight with that Curse of the Sad Mummy and Bandage Toss, making it impossible to chase down people. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried.
Well, with that kind of being said on our predictions, like I said, in the early game, middle game, and late game, I always like to see, all right, what does this team have to do in order to win? What should we expect to see in order to see a winning team from each side? Blue team definitely is team fight oriented. They are going to have a little bit weaker lanes, but as long as they can maintain a decent farm and not feed, they're definitely going to come out on top in this game. And that really needs to be what their focus is let's get to the late game, let's not feed, let's try to maintain objectives, and basically let's out CS the enemy and get to where we're doing team fights, because their team fight is wonderful with the Command Shockwave and Dissonance and the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Fisher, and not to mention Rise's ult as well, which I can't think of the name of. It's really, really huge in damage and CC. From the Cheesers, I think we should expect to see a little bit more split push, like we did from Phage Clan last game. And that, excuse me, you know, they definitely have a lot better split team potential. They definitely have the better pick potential and a significantly stronger laning phase. So they need to get ahead early and then translate that into basically a continuous game pressure, map pressure by split pushing. And that's just my opinion. What do you feel? What do you think?
So this may be kind of a no-duh given their name, but I'd like to see some level 1 cheese from Cheese in the Trap. The level 1 matchup of this team isn't terrible, right? You got the Nami bubbles, you got some Malachi saplings to scout things, you got Zed. Well, I guess Zed isn't terribly exciting level 1, but if they could set the Amumu behind by taking his blue or getting a kill on him early, I think that would do wonders for this team, and just ensure that get the laning phase a little bit more extended. They don't really, I don't think, want the turrets to go down too quick. I think that they want to push their advantage of having Zed go 1v1 against the Orianna. They want the 1v or the 2v2 matchups, I think, between Nami and Lucian, and just make sure that there's no mummy that can come and swing that one way or the other. I think that I think is their best strategy. And interestingly enough, so if they were watching last game, they would have seen that what is this? Phage Clan's Amumu started red last game. So if they're assuming that that's if that's where Cheese in the Trap is assuming they're going to be, that may give them a pretty substantial advantage and a pretty good, essentially counter. They have countered the Cheese in a rather impressive way, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And because they are definitely going in for the cheese. They're going straight for the red buff Cheese play, which would have been great last game because they would have rolled right up onto Amumu. But yeah, no, he's not there. He's not there, bro. He's over at his blue buff, exactly where you'd expect a normal Amumu to start. So I thought that was a little weird last game, but it really, really paid off here. Yeah, I agree. And it is going to put the jungler a little bit on edge, because normally you would expect the jungler to start bottom and then make their way top to get that first gank in around the 3 minute and 12 second mark, or gank mid at the 3 minute and 22 to 3 minute and 25 second mark. So since he's starting in the top jungle and moving down, I would definitely look for Amumu to gank mid first, or possibly even bot lane if he's feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, and I'm noticing this ward that's on his red is a trinket ward, so it's about to. It's not going to be up by the time he gets to his red, so they're not going to have a good sense of what his jungle path is. Again, I thought that this was weird last time, but his jungle path, he took a number of side camps before he actually went to his red, though he's going to do that this game. But I think a good job kind of countering any scouting efforts that opposing teams might be leveraging.
Yeah, I agree. And already both in the mid and bottom lane, we're seeing some huge damage potential coming out from both Zed and from the Lucian.
Yeah, both of them have to burn a both Orianna and Zed have burned one of their pots. I expect we'll see Orianna burn her second one here in a moment.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, it is just a farm fest at this point.
I can't imagine this being particularly enjoyable for Aurelia, though yeah, okay, this is basically what it seems like all of Aurelia's matchups. They're really terrible until the jungler comes, and then you just murder your opponent. Oh, did he flash too?
And he flashed as well.
Oh!
That's kind of one of those mistakes that you're going to see a lot of low to middle elo players make, because they see that, excuse me, they see this stuff coming in, they realize they're about to die, and they kind of just have it flash or have it use a skill to try and get out, and it's really one way or the other. It's either I should have used that or not at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to accept that sometimes you're just gonna die, but oh god. Now the flash is down, and here comes the return gank. This is gonna be, I think, well, okay. Never mind. But that's a pretty good start. Already has the level advantage over Ryze, and ooh, a little bit aggro here on the Orianna. He burns the flash, but not quite able to secure the kill.
Yeah, he used that just a little early. Orianna did burn her flash in the attempt to kill Zed in the mid lane. So if he would have just walked in, threw a sapling, picking the slow, and then he would have had a significantly stronger chance of picking the rocket.
And it was a good kind of bluff, because usually you expect the enemy jungler to be ready and waiting to hop out and kill you, but if he had followed that through, I don't think that the Amumu was about to provide any real sort of help. He was at, I think, 150 health, finishing those Wraith camps, so an unfortunate series of events, but you don't have vision, you don't have vision.
It was more for moral support.
Yeah.
You know, Aurelia is punishing this Ryze up top. You see him going down quite hard.
Woo! Yep. Dark times.
It could be worse. He could still be in room prison.
That's true.
Mumu coming into the bot lane, but his lane though is really too low to provide anything. And that's just what's the word I'm looking for? It's symbolic of how strong that Nami Lucian is, because of the Tidecaller's Blessing that adds extra damage and a slow onto all basic attack.
Yeah.
The passive on Lucian is huge.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but yeah, that's the double shot is going to apply that, what, twice? 3 times? That's a pretty ugly interaction. And I really think that the choice here should have been Sona over Braum. Because as we're seeing, the lack of counter sustain to respond to these Nami ebb and flows is really hurting him. I don't know.
Huge gank coming mid. Maokai coming in to ensure the kill, but he really wasn't even needed there. Who would come in if he could get a good bandage toss up? No, he just ignores it completely.
Yeah, they gotta get some vision in their jungle.
By the way, Dark, I don't know if you did it already or not, but if you haven't, would you mind switching the icons at the bottom scoreboard around for us, please?
And they're scrapping here. Amumu doesn't care that he's down a level. He's taking on that tree, and woo, Nelly gets exploded by the Zed.
Yeah, Zed's really strong at this point. You are seeing the teleport coming in, so Zed's not even worried about this here. He's putting in huge amounts of damage, and he does pick up yet another kill. Oh, and Raz goes down to the ultimate from Aurelia. Really strong play coming out from the Cheesers here.
Yeah, they hit level 6, and it was go time. Is that gonna give... I'm just checking the gold here. Not quite. I think Zed is about... Oh, that's interesting. He's opted for the pickaxe rather than trying to finish his Blade of the Ruined King.
I actually don't think that's such a bad decision. Just because if you're going to be short, it doesn't make sense to go back and not get anything. So picking up that extra damage definitely is not going to hurt.
Yeah, and yeah, that definitely makes sense, since the extra attack speed from just getting the little attacks, 2 of the little attack speed items, isn't really going to make any difference. But here we have action in the bottom lane, and that is not quite a dead bottom lane, but...
No, that was a really good play from Braum to come in and basically use his door as a huge shield and mitigate that damage. That being said, though, it is going to set them up for the first dragon of the game.
Well, Amumu's gonna get spotted out here. He's still a level down. Ooh, it's gonna get counter jungled and maybe killed. Yep.
Oh, good bandage toss to escape the ultimate there, but he is definitely going down.
Yeah, the roam here, just willing to kind of dive a turret, knowing that they're so far ahead in this bottom lane, is pretty impressive. She's in the trap.
And this Zed getting fed early is definitely not good for Fate's plan. This is kind of what we were talking about, is he definitely needs a great beginning to translate well into the late game. And going 4-0-2 at the 9-minute mark is definitely a great beginning.
Yeah, I love this boots and mobility choice by the Maoki. It's gonna allow him to... I mean, it really, I think, just accepts the strengths and weaknesses of their comp. They need to snowball. He needs to be in all of the lanes at, like, all of the time, and just really get these lanes going. And if one thing's gonna do that, it's gonna be boots and mobility.
Yeah. One thing we just missed, and I don't know if they're actually showing that on the camera or not, but Lucian just 1v2'd Corki and Braum in the bot lane. Corki did burn his heal. Braum did show up. He did try to mitigate the damage, but he shielded in the wrong direction. And as a result, Lucian pretty much just stomped all of them.
Wow, yeah, he's pretty close to finishing that IE too. And that, once he gets that, the passive damage is just, I think, gonna really... Oh man, and Corki only has the Phage done? Wow, this is a pretty oppressive lead.
And this is part of the reason why I said I think that Lucian's a little bit of a better ban as opposed to Tristana. Just because early game he is so dominant. Good tidal wave coming out from the Nami, and they get hit with a double bubble. That's a huge bubble coming out. Really great play from Nami there. She pretty much put a stop to anything that the important Brahma tried.
Yeah, that was an incredible engage on her part. There's nothing, I mean, the knock-up into the I'm Lucian and I'm going to kill you. Yeah, I don't really know what they could have done other than have Amumu there, but it looks like Amumu's got problems of his own.
Yeah, with the 14-1 lead at 11 minutes, they have picked up the first dragon. They have picked up all the turrets in the game, despite it only being one. And they do have some really good, strong vision, both in the river and some invading wards. As you can see it, they're just below the Wraith camp. So they are definitely taking a strong command of this game, and it's going to be really difficult if they don't make any mistakes for basically to get back into it.
Yeah, the advantage to this style of team comp is if you win, you really win. And there's, I mean, the Phage clan really, I think, just needs to back up and reassess some of this and just give up some of these objectives, because, well, that was not a bad catch out there in the blue side, but I mean, they're gonna lose a turret for it, so it's not all roses and sunshine.
They did pick up 2 kills and, as a result, 4 assists on that. So gold-wise, it was a huge gain for their team. However, the loss of that tower is going to provide a lack of map awareness and map presence for them. So with basically only the middle turret going up, I would say that the Cheezers have near full dragon control and near full Baron control at this point as well.
And the Zed is just not gonna stop. He managed to turn that pickaxe into a first item last whisper. So he's gonna push that advantage as hard as possible. And I expect we'll see quite a few more death marks getting put down before this game is through.
Aurelia just destroying Amumu under the turret. She does go down to half health as a result, but Zed comes in for an assist. This could very well be a second turret unless Corky and Rice can get there soon enough.
Man, I'm not even sure what Phage Clan can do to get back in this game. I mean, well, they need to ward up. They need to make sure that they have control over their buffs, but man. That Zed just rolled up and smooth murdered that Corky.
Just like a smooth criminal.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, he's coming back in a huge. This is where the team fight's going to come in. So important. You saw that double come up.
Yeah, that was a great shockwave, but the tree is here and he's ready to shield some damage.
And Rise in a bad spot. Lucian finally comes up and says, "Nah, I'll just clean this up. Don't worry, guys."
Yeah. It was looking good for a while, but then it turned out that fight was actually just like a 5v2. And the other 3 teammates show up. Yeah, the gold lead is really starting to show. Run, Corky, run!
Well, we are seeing a pretty well just underneath the 15,000 gold lead. That's effectively 3,000 gold per person, which really and truly is 3 gold short of 15 gold short of a TF, Trinity Force, on every member of the Cheezers.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's a huge lead. Good hit Phage is actually blue, Phage Clan. The purple team is the Cheezers, or Cheezer Trap.
Yep.
And as you can kind of see, there's 3 wards out for the Phage Clan, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out for. Oh, there's 4. There's 1 hidden under a red ward in the bottom tri-bush. But that's really making it difficult for them to come back into this. At this point, they really have to ward up and start to get some picks, otherwise they're just going to continue to go back.
And I don't even know how they can. They need to set up basically a private farming area. They need to get a single lane, basically where this Aurelia is right now, and just let Corky get it. They need a babysitter for him, and then the rest of these people need to basically button down the hatches and try and save some of these inhibitors, because I mean, as we're just talking here, people are the people of the Phage Clan are getting run down like dogs. It's ugly. It's upsetting, honestly, is what it is. I don't like to see a good Corky just get run out like this is happening. There is a 4-level difference between Corky and Aurelia right now. I don't even think that I don't think that the presence of that Braum is gonna do a damn thing. I think Corky's just about to get murdered.
No, I agree. And he's gonna try to Valkyrie out. He's been a pest.
Dead. Oh, that's so sad. Maybe he just needs to jungle? I don't know. I mean, if there's two champions that you don't want to get fed when you're underfarmed, I think Aurelia and Zed are definitely up there. Since their ability to just chase you down and murder you is pretty... The chase for this Cheese in the Trap team, yeah, if they get a lead, they are not going to let it up. As we can see, all the lanes are pushing. They've even got Nami on split pushing duty.
Yeah, at this point, being 19,000 gold behind, I'm not entirely sure that Phage Clan can really do anything. I mean,
Zed just dived 2 turrets to kill Corki.
Yep, and walked away.
And walked away, yes. Alright, well, they did manage to cut down the tree, so... All's not entirely lost, but it's pretty lost. Ooh, well, actually, Lucian may have bitten off a bit more than he could chew there, and suffers the deadly rise, walk up to you and kill you gank.
Walk up to you and kill you gank. I like that. I'm gonna have to start using that. Yeah, Nami's still pushing top. She's not much of a split pusher though, as you can see. She's taking all that time just to lose the wave.
Yeah. Yeah, she only got 20 farm off of that plus her previous experience, but she's 0, 0, and 12. Zed is yet to die.
Yeah, and
Sweet.
what I'm starting to notice here, it seems like the cheeses are getting really overconfident. They're still doing massive amounts of damage, and basically causing a lot of full-scale panic on part of the Phage clan. But at this point, they're just running into turrets and taking a lot of unnecessary damage. I feel like if they just played safe and continued to play their game like they have been, the game might be close to being over by now.
This is true, and one of the few kind of glimmers of hope that Phage clan may have is this Rise, who does have both of his stacking items going up. And despite being down 7 kills, as soon as I say that, nope, Zed is on it.
Yeah, and at 15-0, I mean, he's four kills behind, about to be 5 kills behind, a kill a minute. And I don't know, it's really tough to say, but I don't think that, like I said, I don't think there's any way Phage Clan can be that
And that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game. And that may just be the game. Well, yeah, that's probably just going to be the game. As Corki may take another dirt nap. No.
Yeah.
Brom's there to stop him, but, well, nope, Corki dies. Yeah, they're not even concerned with the turret at this point, yeah? And there's the surrender. Alright. Well, Phage Clan saw the writing on the wall. That's going to be your round 3 victory going over to Cheese in the Trap. We're going to turn it over. This is Pharroh and Abers being your shoutcasters, and we're going to turn it back over to Darkorpse, who's going to hook us up with another match. Stay tuned. I believe we've got semifinals coming up, so don't change that Twitch channel.
Alright, with that being said, I'm actually going to have to go for now, possibly for the evening. Viewers, it was a pleasure to shoutcast with you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like we have ended that quarterfinals game. Looking like Purple Team did emerge victorious there. Alright, sounds like Pharroh is also going to be leaving us this evening. I apologize for my absence there, guys. Ran off to the washroom, and they ended the game a little quicker than I thought they'd manage to. Taking a look over at the match reports that have come in here, as well as the current bracket, looking like Cheese has one. That is the purple side from the match we had on stream. So that's going to be our first semi-finalist qualified team this evening. Again, guys, that was Cheese in the Trap, emerging victorious over Phage Clan on the stream this evening for our quarterfinals game. We also have 4-buffed Rammus winning a round 3 game. Taking a look at that, that's going to be heading up into the top half of the semifinals though, meaning that we still have one other quarterfinals game to conclude before we can have a semifinals game actually get started. And taking a look down the bracket, there may be a slight delay there as we're waiting for a round 2 game there still to conclude in order for that last quarterfinals game to get started. Looking like round 1 of the secondary bracket tournament has also fully concluded there. That I will double check on that last round 2 game. Last time I checked it was about 50 minutes in, and indeed it is still about 51 minutes in. So we're going to let that round 2 game conclude, and then we'll be jumping into round 3 to watch either D Coffee Shop or Supernova face off against Advanced Riskology, while we wait for the winners of that matchup to be ready to face off against Cheese in the Trap in our semi-finals game. As you guys might be aware, traditionally we follow 1 game per round all the way up into the finals, but in the event of a delay, we will find the games that the game we're waiting to get started on is waiting on, and follow those games until the game that we would normally be streaming is ready to go. So again, we're going to be catching a round 3 game. We just caught 1 quarterfinals game, the game between Phage Clan and Cheese in the Trap, and we're going to be catching a second quarterfinals game as soon as we have a winner between D Coffee Shop and Supernova. Taking a look over at Looks, they are still about 52 minutes, 53 minutes into that game. An extremely long round 2 game between D Coffee Shop and Supernova, causing a little bit of a delay here. Again, guys, this is a amateur bracket tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. For round 1, we had Abers shoutcasting for us, and he was joined by Pharroh for round 1 as well as our first quarterfinals game. I believe Pharroh has to leave us for the evening, though it was nice to have him joining us for 2 of those matchups. I think Abers will be continuing on, do some shoutcasting for you. I may or may not join him for some matches. We'll see how that goes. I think Abers may be alright on his own for this quarterfinals game or the semifinal game, depending where we go with things here, but I will definitely be joining him or doing some myself, as he may need to leave as we get further on into the evening. Again, just waiting on that matchup between D Coffee Shop and Supernova to conclude. Nearly 54 minutes into that game. I'm tempted to actually jump into this game, see where they're at. Indeed, you know what? I will jump into this game. I do have Young Chu, a member of D Coffee Shop, on my friends list. It's saying they're currently online, not in-game, but LolNexus says they're in-game. I'm a little bit confused by that.
Twitch chat says Supernova wins over Coffee Shop in an epic backdoor win.
Alright, and we are getting that match report coming in as well. Roughly 30 seconds. Look at that affected onto the bracket. And then the member of Supernova in Twitch chat, please let us know when you get that quarterfinals game formed up between Advanced Riskology and yourselves, and we're actually going to be joining you to shoutcast that matchup. Again, getting reports here that Supernova has emerged victorious over D Coffee Shop in round 2 of play this evening in our amateur bracket tournament, meaning that the quarterfinals game that we're going to have next on the stream is going to be Supernova versus Advanced Riskology. We believe this is a member from Supernova. Again, guys, we've had a number of matches included. We've gone through 2 full rounds of play here. Round 1 with, I believe, 11 games played, leading into round 2, which appears to have been 8 matchups. And we are now into our quarterfinals. We've had 2 quarterfinals games conclude already. I believe the matchup between Resurgent Esports and 1v1 Baron You Won't is currently underway. Supernova has just emerged victorious over Darkorpse in round 2 of play, so the quarterfinals game between Supernova and Advanced Riskology will be starting up momentarily. We're going to be getting an invite into that matchup, as the quarterfinals game we had scheduled regularly for the stream has already been streamed and concluded, with Cheese in the Trap sitting in that semi-final position waiting for the second, or third, I should say, quarterfinals matchup to get itself started and conclude as well. Invite from CLG Rotato to play some Twisted Treeline. I don't think that's a tournament game. Alright, looks like I may have an invite here to our quarterfinals matchup, guys. Again, we're going to be catching a second quarterfinals game here this evening as we're heading into the semifinals after that with Cheese something. What is their full name? Cheese in the Trap has already emerged victorious over Phage Clan in the first quarterfinals game. Just looking for an invite to go out to Abers, and we'll be getting this second quarterfinals game started up momentarily, as we do have 9 summoners already into this lobby. Just waiting on that 10th summoner as well as our second shoutcaster to join us. Once again, guys, the matchup here is going to be Supernova on the blue side, and they're going to be facing off against Advanced Riskology on the purple side. Both of these teams are undefeated through 2 rounds of play. Taking a look at that, indeed, both of those teams did start directly in round 1. A number of teams did have round 1 buys, but these teams are not one of those. Looking like all the teams going into the quarterfinals, I was going to say all of them started in round 1. Phage Clan actually had a round 1 bye, so their first game was in round 2, but they were defeated in the quarterfinals, so the only teams heading into the semifinals so far, looking like they did all start in round 1. So both semifinalist teams that are currently qualified on a 3-game win streak this evening. Looking at Supernova and Advanced Riskology, both of those are on 2-game win streaks, so going to the semifinals, they'll be in the same position. For the other quarterfinals bracket that we're seeing not yet concluded, Resurgent Esports versus 1v1 Baron You Won't. 1v1 Baron You Won't did start in round 1, so we'll see if they can make that a complete 4-team trend for 3-win streaks to get into the semifinals, or if Resurgent Esports will emerge victorious over them. Resurgent Esports having a round 1 bye, meaning they would be the only team heading into the semis with only 2 wins to their name should they emerge victorious in the quarterfinals. Again, guys, we're heading into our second quarterfinals game this evening, as we did have a slightly slow round 2 matchup leading into this matchup, and we've had our quarterfinals game for the stream already conclude. The team that was victorious in that matchup was Cheese in the Trap, so they're sitting in a semi-final position waiting for the matchup we're about to stream to conclude in order to get their semi-finals game underway. Again, the game we are about to watch is Supernova on the blue side, and they're facing off against Advanced Riskology on the purple side. Looking like we do have all 10 summoners into this lobby, looking to get themselves reordered potentially, as we have 4 spectators. Only need the 2 of us down here. 2 of you guys do need to play this game, I believe. Looking like teams may be a little bit confused about which side they need to be on. Seeing teams swap sides here potentially. I believe the rosters are on the incorrect sides for this game this evening. Going to take a look and see which team RV is from. RV is a member of Advanced Riskology, and Advanced Riskology should be on the purple side, so they will be swapping sides this evening. See both teams complying to the rules there.
Swoop.
Global Goods in Twitch chat saying that he's famous. Indeed, Global Goods, a member of the current blue team, not quite sure which side he's supposed to be on there. Looking like he is a member of Advanced Riskology, so he will be moving over to the purple side momentarily. Again, we are heading into round 3, the quarterfinals of play here. This is going to be our second round 3 game on the stream this evening, as we are waiting for our semi-finals matches to be ready to occur. Of course, both semi-finals matches having 1 team qualified into them, both of them waiting for 1 team to win another quarterfinals game. The game between Resurgent Esports and 1v1 Baron You Won't should have started quite some time ago and should be finished within the next little while for buffed Ramus to get their semifinals game underway. And the game between Supernova and Advanced Riskology is just starting as we speak. And Cheese in the Trap will be waiting for this matchup to conclude for their semifinals game to get underway. And as we get into champion section here, I'm going to hand things back over to Abers.
Alright, thank you, Darkorpse. This is Abers, and we're going to be here for this quarterfinal game. We got I believe is the HHS Esports here on the blue side and Advanced Riskology here on the purple side. Is that correct? Yes?
We have Supernova on the blue side and Advanced
Okay.
Riskology on the purple side. That is correct.
Sweet. Interesting bands coming in here. I don't know if I've ever actually seen a Galio ban. You can now actually die after saying you have seen everything, because Galio is not going to be featured in this game. I suspect we may have missed something here, as it's possible that there could have been a pocket Galio pick coming in from Advanced Riskology. If so, it's unfortunate we're not going to see that. The Rengar and Zed picks, however, or bans, I think are pretty on point. Rengar is, I think, incredibly overpowered in the current meta, and Zed, as we just saw in the previous match, is more than happy to run away with the game. So we got our first lock-in is going to be Tristana, and she's most likely going to be facing Morgana and some other AD carry down the bottom lane. I suspect that's going to be a jungle Vi. Hopefully she'll be a little bit more exciting than our first jungle Vi. I believe that was played by Zero P, and it really seemed kind of lackluster. It needs to be a kind of playmaking champion that goes out and starts and acts as an initiator rather than a kind of defensive. Let's just say she doesn't do terribly well when she's put in a siege situation. So we're definitely going to be looking to see Advanced Riskology as the aggressors here in this matchup. And it's really sort of being reflected here. What are the casters' names? Well, it's funny you should ask. My name is Abers, and you may have been just listening earlier. We had it's Darkorpse handling the in-betweens. Let's watch out for what is a VTJ, the ADC. All right. Well, sexy or not, we'll see. We'll see. VTJ on the Tristana, so there's definitely an opportunity to carry if he is indeed as sexy as Twitch chat claims. We shall see. We shall see. He's definitely got the support here to carry, and Orianna in the mid lane is going to go a long way towards keeping that Tristana safe with the command protect, and Braum is going to do... Braum, I think, has an okay matchup versus Morgana. Ooh, Azir. That would be fancy. We haven't seen Azir show up yet. Gay Bruce. Well, I've been going by Abers, but I may have to go by Gay Bruce from now on. Thank you for my new nickname. Alright, but that's a Jace locked in, not an Azir. So, we're going to be looking to see a pretty ugly mid-game siege comp coming in here from the Advanced Riskology. I expect to see Jace and Corki meet up after hopefully Corki quickly pushes down that bottom lane, meet up in the mid lane, and really make life difficult for the people at Supernova. They look like they're going to lock in some even more tanky front line to help protect that Tristana, and this looks like to be a grow the puppy strategy. Well, no, maybe not. Well, it's going to be a Rise? Going to be a Rise? Or are we going to have more chances for me to mispronounce Malachi, Maoki, the goddamn tree dude's name again? Looks like you will have the pleasure of hearing me mispronounce the tree man's name. And Jarvan as well. How do I like Jarvan? I don't really like Jarvan versus this team comp. I mean, it's going to be good early game since he's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure to the lanes before Vi can really get her act together. But I think as far as impact that Cataclysm is going to have, it's not going to be a whole lot unless he's super on point with keeping track of flash timers. Even then, I think at this point, the only person who can't hop out of the Cataclysm the only person who can't hop out of the Cataclysm, though I don't think Malphite's really going to want to use his ult, is going to be the Morgana. But again, Morgana has some built-in reasons why you don't want to Cataclysm her, mainly that being her Soul Shackles ultimate. And so, I don't know about this. I guess mid-game it's going to help corral and help break up the siege a little bit, but it's not going to do so in some of the ways that we've seen in the previous games with the impact that I think that Amumu may be the one that they want here. I don't know. There's a lot of... I'd like to hear y'all's opinions here on the Twitch chat about what you think about this Jarvan pick. I think it's got its ups and its downs. On the one hand, they definitely need an early game jungler because they need someone to kind of keep the pressure up and essentially distract the advanced riskology from the Tristana and allow her to become the late game beast that we all know and fear. At the same time, is Jarvan the jungler for that? That I'm less sure about. I guess there is the Cataclysm Orianna Shockwave combo. But, I mean, if you're looking for a ball delivery system, you've got Malachi, Maoki, Treeface. You've got Braum, who's actually not terrible about doing those sorts of initiations, and I mean, in a weird pinch, you can even use Tristana's rocket jump, though that's probably a suboptimal interaction. Now, what we haven't seen is a Malphite in any of these previous matches, and the combination Malphite Unstoppable Force with Assault and Battery from Vi, yeesh. So Granvolt says that Jarvan has the best option for bursting down the Corki. Do you think that's true? Because the problem with that for me is that Corki can definitely use his Valkyrie to just hop away. And so, I mean, either he's just going to escape, or Jarvan is going to have to be really on point with those knockups to essentially, if you're really hot with him, you can knock Corki out of his Valkyrie and stop his escape. But that is incredibly difficult to do. Valkyrie? Is that not the name of the skill? I think that is. Yeah, Valkyrie. Corki surges to a target location, dropping bombs that create a trail of destruction for opponents who remain in the fire. Yeah, the disengage is strong with this one. What would I like to see instead? Maybe Lee Sin? Maybe an Evelyn? God, dare I even say it? Maybe an Udyr? Someone who has a way to stop the Valkyrie. And that's just not old J4. One of the things I'm disappointed in my return to shoutcasting these games is that no one has... Oh, Kha'Zix. Yes. That is exactly who they should have picked. Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree with that, because all of these shields and initiations go really well with an additional damage threat. An assassination, or an assassin who can kind of be the fallback option should the Tristana plan not work out. Yeah, that is... Give that man a fruit basket. Or woman. Matrixed. Rengar. I think Rengar was banned. Yeah, 100%. Rengar. I think Rengar is like the strongest jungler in the current meta. Just like pop up and kill any person that you need him to. Terrifying. Terrifying. And yeah, I mean, there's a reason why the dirty Koreans have just been annihilating the meta with Rengar. If anyone has the opportunity or hasn't seen, you should go check out on YouTube well, you shouldn't do it right now. You should continue to watch the stream and pay attention to me. But in your free time, you should get a chance. If you have a chance, you should go watch Dandy play from Samsung White play Rengar, and he does it actually flawlessly. It's terrifying. Level 3 shows up, snares you, you're dead. Level 6 shows up, it's just like, who do you want to kill today? Rengar is there for you. Alright, so Speaking of worlds, we're going to see the old Fnatic showdown here with Jarvan Fnatic versus the Space Age Corki Fnatic. Officer Vi looking good. The weird Blackthorn Morgana tentacle skin. And unfortunately, there are no dragons for Braum to slay. But if there were, he's ready.
It's a tournament without that 3-second in pause timer. A little bit amazing.
Yeah.
We've gotten through so many rounds without a pause coming out. I guess we had one pause taken in round 2 of play, but that wasn't quite at the beginning of the matchup there.
Alright, so Tryhard Reedy is predicting a 0-12 Tristana. I think that's a little, maybe a little bit more generous. What is this? Well, it's funny you should ask. This is the quarterfinals between Supernova, HHS Esports, and Advanced Riskology. They will be going on, the winner of this match will be going on to face Cheese in the Trap, who we just watched demolish Phage Clan in a pretty strong showing. I believe their Zed was like 16-0. And the importance of this round is it determines who qualifies for a prize. Winner of this round is guaranteed at least 800 RP for team member, with a possibility of up to 3,200 RP and a triumphant Rise skin per team member if you manage to get that first place. So actually, if you're gonna watch games, this is the one where things are on the line. So we're gonna see tryhards. It should be this game. No, that's what my game was, not this game. Nah, man. Nah. Alright, should begin the unpause here, and we will get underway. So far, we haven't really seen any kind of early game shenanigans. There were some attempts in the previous game, but despite the fact that they lost, some very impressive psychology going on from the, I believe it was Phage Clan, in managing to avoid some of the invades on Amumu. Right now, am I going to give the early game to any one of these particular teams? I mean, the Braum I would rank up there with Blitzcrank as far as people that you absolutely do not want to invade on. Well, looks like we're going to get a bit of more pause here as the tree is down. But the fact that even his auto attacks are all you need to set up more stuns basically makes him, I think, pretty similar to an Udyr, except it's an Udyr except you can use his stun as a projectile, and I guess it's not as guaranteed, but oh Nelly, it's not something I'd want to risk multiple people walking into or face checking a bush for early game. Though it looks like that's what's about to happen, as Advanced Riskology is setting up for some red buff shenanigans here. So, anything fancy? It looks like we're gonna have a snooze fest of tank wet noodle fights in the top lane, as both laners have opted for a high sustain choice. Is this a Jace Orianna matchup in the mid lane? I believe it is. Which, I mean, is not terrible for Orianna, since she doesn't really have that many horrible matches. Her long auto attack range with that clockwork windup acts as a pretty good like a backup plan for basically any sort of laning things. If everything goes to shit, at least you can just walk up and use long range auto attacks to progressively deal more and more magic damage with each hit. And I'm fairly certain she pretty significantly outranges Jace. Definitely when he. Sorry, just checking the twat. But yeah, what was I saying? And that Orianna, I think, is in a pretty good position versus this Jace. She is going to have the potion advantage over him since the Dorian's ring is going to give her that extra potion. And what? The exchange is Dorian's Blade, gives you 10 more health and lifesteal. It's better late game, but yeah, I definitely think this early game is going to go pretty far in favor of Orianna. Not to mention the fact that the jungle pressure is definitely in her favor, so it's gonna be in her favor, and it's gonna stay that way for a bit. The thing that we're really gonna need to focus on is this bottom lane. Can advanced Riskology come up with a way to stop this Tristana from doing things? I expect we'll see many ultimates wasted murdering her. I expect we'll see pretty early game teleport plays coming down from the Malphite. I expect we'll see some Sultan batteries going down from... that's going to be the #1 target that Vi is going to be looking for. So, looks like some early ward action coming in here from advanced Riskology, so they're gonna know where this Jarvan starts. Yeah, no sweepers coming in, so there's no way for them to get rid of that ward. And no counter ward coming in from the good people at, what's their name? HHS. Supersonic? We'll just call them HHS. Or Blue Team. The good people at Blue Team are not really going to be able to have that knowledge. Though, again, they don't really need that knowledge. Like, what is the Vi gonna do? I hope you can sidestep her Vault Breaker, because if you can, then she has no way to do anything to really interact with you except to deal damage if she gets to auto attack range. Which, probably, you're not going to let her do. Alright, so looks like things are shaking out pretty reasonably. Both the junglers are going to finish their blue buff and move on. Some not too exciting things happen in the mid lane. And the bottom lane is going fairly well. Alright, so while we have this lull, I would like to take this time to say that Vayne is a trash AD carry, a terrible pick in the current meta, and you should never pick her. If you disagree, say something on Twitch chat. Because we have action in the bottom lane. That is a stun coming out here on the Corki, and ooh, that's not where you want to be as a Corki early game. You're supposed to be winning this matchup, and the fact that they're not really able to, well, I guess that's okay damage onto the Tristana. But just another question I'd like to throw out to Twitch chat about what is the interaction between Black Shield and the Braum passive. Do you need to have Black Shield up to stop the Braum passive from even hitting you, or can you place Black Shield on after the fact to counter the stun? These are questions that keep me up late at night. I would very much appreciate any sort of info coming out from y'all on the old Twitch chat. We've got Vi thinking about poking her head in here, but again, what's she gonna do? Oh, the long-range dark binding! That's what she's gonna do. It still doesn't really do anything, but that's pretty good trade. Oh man, sniper! This Morgana. Whew. Oh. Well, this Morgana, unfortunately not really this Jace, since he was smooth kill. Well, we weren't paying it. Well, at least I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I don't really need to re-see that, but that is a first blood that's going to be there, secured by Oriana, and that should be the end of that lane. That's going to be in her favor until Vi hits level 6 and is able to come in and try and kill the Oriana. So, GG, Jace. Sorry, bro. And the Tristana was forced out of lane by those sniper shots from the Morgana. You may have heard me oohing and ahhing about it just a second ago. And probably going to have a pause here in just a second, since it looks like the tree has disconnected yet again. Please feed your gerbils. If you're going to run on a mouse wheel, you need to make sure they're wired up before we start the tournament games. Alright, so Brahm's going pretty low here, but he does have a full health Tristana to back him up. Well, he's got Relic Shield, which is going to progressively give him more health, and wow. Nope. Not that close. And he does have another Biscuit. I'm a little surprised to see him going back here. That shows a lot of faith in VTJ, that BTJ can keep safe in his own lane, or her own lane, since Tristana is a female Yordle. Like it matters with Yordles, they're all the same. Damn Yordles. Let me know on Twitch chat what you think about Yordles. Black Shield is triggered as long as it's active for the 4th proc. Okay, sweet. Thank you to Matt Strick and Grandbolt. I appreciate that. Always good having the knowledgeable viewers, especially when you don't have the knowledgeable shoutcasters. Alright, we got action in the mid lane though. Looks like they're going for blood for Jace again, though his hammer stance I think is going to be able to save him, as he just gives old Oriana the boot. Has she used Command Shockwave? It doesn't look like it. Also, it doesn't really look like she leveled it. That's strange, but maybe. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, Oriana accidentally hit 6 and forgot to level Command Shockwave. Alright, well, actually, I don't want to say forgot, because there's a very real chance that she just chose not to level it in order to, I guess, get. If she just doesn't have faith, or doesn't think that she doesn't have faith in her ability to land it, or just doesn't think that she's actually gonna need it. Though, yeah, I don't know. It's not like she's Udyr. She's gonna need. You can't just like not get your ult. Scion doesn't even do that anymore. Come on, brah. Alright, so we got 3 people lurking down in the spot lane. Jarvan wants some of that Corky love.
Summoner has reconnected.
And the tree comes back. Alright, well, all of this connection issues is definitely going to give Malphite a bit of a heads up. As you may be able to see, he is up in farm 58 to 18. Yikes. And Jarvan has let the cat out of the bag, and unfortunately not actually secure a kill. He needs that level 6 Cataclysm. And, I mean, really, he needs to get top lane and do something about this Malphite. Alright, well. Godspeed, Global Goods. Godspeed. Alright. Hit the hits the Vault Breaker. Oh, the Shockwave! Yeah, that's good enough for a dead Jarvan. Or not dead Jarvan. Excuse me, a dead Jace. Both J names, whatever. But, yeah. Vi is there to finish the job. And Malphite even decided to show up. Take a break from free farming in the top lane. Oh god, run tree. He still doesn't actually do damage, so at least there's that. Wow, actually, well, these trades actually aren't going too well for Myers. Still, he's putting pretty respectable damage considering he's 2 levels behind. That was a fairly even trade, especially if you're looking at mana management. But Jarvan is back for a return gank the bot lane. There's that Cataclysm into the Soul Shackles there from Morgana, and can they get Oh, the flash, and yes! Yes, Braum manages to take down the AD carry, and that is probably a worth trade any day of the week since the push is going to continue. Tristana continuing to farm up. She is, wow, pretty sizable lead of a 9 CS over Corky. That's not supposed to happen, especially, well, Corky's just finished his BF sword, so let's see if that... Wait, Corky finished his BF sword? What's going on here? No, not first item Triforce Corky? Blasphemy. Alright. Let me check this hot Twitch chat. Yes. Vagar is the only acceptable Yordle. He's a beast. Alright, and that was a, sorry, as I drone off here, that was a Vault Breaker coming in from Global Goods, which is exactly what we wanted to see. Though, you gotta kind of question the logic of using it on the level 5, like, lagging, Malachi tree thing, but at the same time, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the Corky BF start. Maybe he's going for a quick Essence Reaver? I don't know, I still think that's pretty strange. Excuse me? Alright, and Myers going for a little bit of harass here. Still 2-level disparity, though I guess the ult isn't up. Yeah, who are you kidding, bro? You ain't got that much damage. Uh-oh. No. Thought Real Auto might be in danger of getting jumped by Vi over the wall, but no, Vi actually is in danger of dying to the Wraiths. Well, not that much danger, but nowhere near ready enough to be able to actually pull off any sort of ganks. And besides, Vault Breaker or Assault and Battery isn't up for like another probably 45-50 seconds. Alright. So would say we got a bit of a lull, but it's not really a lull. It's just more of like a poke fest. Since the good people at Supersonic? HHS Esports are more than happy to just let that Tristana farm up. You're not looking to really push anything or force anything until she can really exercise that range advantage, and especially considering this kind of unconventional Corky build going on here, I think that she's happy to just keep plugging along. The laning phase seems to be going well for HHS Esports. Ooh, good flash there. Definitely saved old King Rolo's life. That we got that counter gank coming in from Vi. Let's see if Global Goods can convert. Charging up the Vault Breaker, and Vault Break. Ow. Punch, punch, punch. Ooh, dunked into the Cataclysm, and... Ooh, alright, well, I don't think he's... Oh, not quite. Getting... Wow. Jarvan says, I'm gonna punch you in the fanny as you're running away. That was a little bold, and I don't think Global Goods was really expecting that, otherwise I do think she could have just turned around and killed him. But yeah, it's gonna end up being just a 1-for-1 trade there as Jace goes down in exchange for Malachi, Maoki, Treeface, whatever. But well, now they're gonna get the turret too, so overall I think that this is going reasonably well for Advanced Riskology. They're down a kill, but they're up a turret and up in gold. Let's see what they're able to do with this Corky. He's going in. Ooh. I haven't really seen Morgana hit any of those dark bindings recently. Though, to be honest, I've kind of been scrolling all over the place. I haven't really been keeping track. Slap fight up in the top lane. Whose noodle is stronger? It looks to be definitively Malphite's. Since, yeah, he's got that magic resist. He's completed both of his Sunfire Cape, which is going to give him a little bit more damage when he's lurking on you, and the Chalice, which isn't, I mean, it's nowhere near as good as it used to be, but at least that 20 magic resist is going to be better than no magic resist. How much magic resist do you have? You have 49 magic resist in total, so Myers is gonna need to not do that. And just lay off the stand slap fights with the Malphite for a little bit. Though the Malphite roam looks like he's got his eyes set on Orianna. And can we unstoppable force? Not before Jace dies. Wow, that's the second time the support has been too late, and Real Auto has just put Jace down. Oh, could this be Shockwave? Can we have Shockwave? Ooh, goes down. No, Shockwave we used at a later point, but wow, Myers comes in for some revenge and gets the cleans up that action. That was a double kill. Yeah. In the end, it is a 3 for 2. And yeah, that's pretty good there, and pretty disturbing for advanced riskology, since they really need to be putting the pedal to the metal a little bit more. Ron keeps eating bindings. So I gotta disagree with you slightly, Grandful. I don't really think that's. I think that honestly, Brahm's entire purpose in this game is to eat bindings. He's just like, look at me, I have a giant mustache. Don't worry about the Tristana standing next to me. She's not going to kill you and your entire team. So as long as he's the one taking them, I don't really think that that's going to put them that far behind. Braum, I mean, he doesn't need that much gold in order to do his thing, right? He needs to be able to level up. He needs to be able to, I guess, have like 1 or 2 tank items, and then he needs to just like stand in the way of things. But meanwhile, advanced riskology is looking pretty risky, as this is probably just going to be a smooth double kill. Yep. Just hunting down that bottom lane with a 5-man gank. And how can advanced riskology respond? Maybe get this top turret? I don't know. Malphite, do you have teleport? Do you have teleport up? You do not. Though you're about to have unstoppable force, and yeah, you need to be unstoppable down here in this bottom lane. Oh, Vi's sneaking up the bottom, though. She's getting pinged out. And she's not going to show up before this turret goes down, which I think is, yep, going to dissuade her from any kind of funny business. Meanwhile, Malphite's just going to grab himself a blue buff, which, as far as... Now, I'm no scientist, but as far as I understand, getting a blue buff is pretty satisfying on Malphite, since his mana costs are pretty oppressive. And you really get punished if you want to clear waves quickly and use your spells to do so. Wow. Bad game for Jace. 0-5-2. Down a little less than 20 CS. Alright, but turns out Malphite's got help this time, as Unstoppable Force comes out into... Wow, they're really investing a lot to make sure that this tree stays dead, but in the end, it's going to be good enough. That's an Unstoppable Force into Assault and Battery. If there was any time that HHS Esports was going to take advantage of this, now is the time, since 2 of these key ultimates are down. Yeah, and they're more than happy to show up top lane and just start killing people. As that kill goes on to the Tristana, who's now 2-0-1. Ruh-roh. That's a little scary. Yeah. Can we have support Nautilus? Please. The problem with support Nautilus, honestly, is just I think that he's just like a more he's more crowd control heavy Thresh, but at the same time, the Lantern. I don't think that support Nautilus is bringing anything that can really match up to the box plus Lantern plus hooks. Oh god, Tristana is terrifying, and she's coming to eat your face. Whoa, whoa. Oh my, oh, Corki. Oh, that's gonna be a sad, sad Corki. So close to taking down the Tristana and putting a kind of bump in her, I don't really know where my analogy was going there, but trying to kill her is what he's trying to do. Oh, there's an unstoppable force coming in on 2 people. That's gonna get real auto, and ooh, Orianna is in a pickle here. I don't know, there's a lot of fat people wandering around here. It looks like the fact that Jarvan showed up is gonna make that tree try and escape. Nah, he's gonna eat a spear to the face and go down. And that may be a turret too. That is a big ass shield. Wow, Command Shockwave doing a wreck of damage onto Morgana, but not quite enough. Oh, she ate a sapling and dies. Myers is showing up here. Despite the fact that he had a pretty rough early game with the disconnects, he has managed to put up a really impressive score at 5-3-3. Still down in CS, but man, not out of the game by a long shot. And meanwhile, Jace is gonna try and chase down. Yeah. No. Brahms even feeling strong enough that he's just gonna like walk back at him. The disrespect. Uh-oh, but Corki's here. Eh. Well, despite the fact that this game is still pretty one-sided, this is definitely the most enjoyable, I think, and clear, or most competitive game we've watched this evening. Yeah, the sapling snipe was gross. I still feel that the Lantern is an undeterminable factor. What do you mean by that, good hit? Oh, guess I take a drink from my lovely drink. That's true, but you can with a Thresh you get a hook into Flay into box, which I feel like is similar enough. You're right, it's not quite as much crowd control, but at the same time, you get a similar enough effect, and you get the advantage of the shield. He's ranged, which I think is also a really big deal. Whoa! I'll shut up here as the unstoppable force comes in and hits 2 people, and wow, just all sorts of craziness. There's a cataclysm. Jarvan seems to just be standing, taking in the scenery, and the chase is on as we get a big old group up here in the mid lane. And when the dust settles, the dust doesn't settle. What are I even talking about? Because Tristana's here. She's gonna start shooting. Vi goes in, takes down the Jarvan, and oh, run, Corki, run! He Valkyries away. Is that gonna be successful? Looks like it. As the tree decides he better just cut his losses, start putting on damage in the Malphite, but yeah, he's just gonna die to. Sure, how? Well, he died to Vi. That's a factual statement, but I'm pretty sure he was just gonna die to Sunfire Cave.
Slain the dragon.
Well, I think there's definitely one thing we can agree on, good hit, and that is we should see some support Nautilus, because when it's good, oh my god, it just goes ham. Shout out to Oliver, my friend who plays a grip of support Nautilus when he gets the chance, and yeah, it is very exciting to watch, because it's just like all in, all the time, I'm gonna get you, and I'm gonna stick on you, and I'm a giant, scary, like, underwater diver. Alright, so this is by far the closest game. Look at that gold. It's just 1k difference. Alright, well, it definitely looks like we're going to be able to get to Tristana time this game. She's only level 12, but that doesn't mean that she's not going to pack a wallop with that Infinity Edge. Can I see how much critical strike she has? There she is. How much critical strike she has? 36% critical strike, so it's not bad. It's decent. It's decent. Gonna get some pretty good damage in, and that's definitely gonna be a dead turret. Well, it might be a dead Morgana too. Might have been off a little bit more than they can chew, because there's the Cataclysm into the Shockwave into the what the hell you call Malphite. Unstoppable Force catches. I think that was 3 or 4 people. What a great flank there. Man, just ultimates for days. There's Brahms' ultimate. People are dying left and right. And it looks like they're gonna disengage before Ori. Oh, nope. Nope. She's gonna hop and kill you, and nah, actually, the turnaround is strong. That's some very good Jace play, but no, why did you go back in? Murdered! And Jace goes down. And in the end of the day, it's going to be Corki and Maokai and the Tristana. And that fight lasted long enough that Morgana was able to die and almost come back. Damn, that was craziness. I think everyone's ultimate got used there except for Assault and Battery. Sweet. Man, and Tristana still hasn't even died. Oh god, getting the last Whisper? That's gonna mean that this tank... Yeah, I mean... I don't know, I almost would have rather seen full damage Vi in this game. I think that tank Vi is just delaying the inevitable. 5-item, 6-item Tristana is gonna melt you either way. You might as well kind of get some damage in the meantime and try and do your best to take her down in the interim. But, I don't know. We shall see. Pretty good shock blast there onto Oriana. And that's with her... Oh, she does? Ah, interesting. She opted to get the Athene's Grail. Who's the magic damage threat? That's Corki? Well, it's kind of a strange buy, but whatever. Whatevs. She's got it. And, okay. So we're about to get to see... Oh, okay, Jarvan jumping in 4 people. Interesting choice. And he quickly reassesses and backs off, and now the tree is going to walk into 4 people and see... Oh, nope, actually don't want to walk into 4 people and is going to back off. Oh, gonna throw some saplings, and... Okay, I think they're really just trying to fish to grab this Corki and see if they can kill him. Wow, what a shockwave. Takes out gets the entire back line there. Oh god, the Tristana, the humanity. Ah, the hops. Oh, it's so gross. Ooh! Whoa! Wow, that was a really close snipe as Tristana takes a turret shot and a comboed shockwave there to put her, I think, within, like, under 50 health. But it's not, alas, it is not enough. Maybe if Jason gets some quick... yeah. The tank line here is just going to be a little bit too much. He needed to quick buy some of those home guard boots. And just like rush around to the side and get that snipe off. Alright, so no luck there on the Dark Binding from Morgana. But Malphite is here, and he is a rock. I don't know if rocks are hungry, but he wants it. Black shield down, and oh god, the turn. That's a Jarvan coming in, and he's dealing so much damage. Damn. Oh, well, he did finish his Brutalizer. Jeez, these fights are just like every man for himself. Jarvan's running away, but I don't know if he's gonna... Yep, taken down by Vi. And everybody got a hand in that kill. Damage for days. So great team fights these games. This game, you can definitely see by the huge amount of assists coming in, especially for the good people at Supersonic. Supersonic? Is that what it is? Yeah. Sport Vel'Koz, I think, is pretty good. Now, don't get me wrong, I love me some Fiddlesticks. I definitely main Fiddlesticks and play the crap out of him in the jungle. I kind of think it's a really boring thing to watch support, since it's mostly like zone you, get insta-gibbed by the jungler, zone you, zone. Wow, speaking of insta-gib, there comes Malphite in with a great unstoppable force into an unsuspecting Tristana, but she's gonna back off. There's the Cataclysm, god, the craziness. Soul Shackles comes in, it's gonna lock up, I don't know, some amount of people. There's Corki, with a red buff and a cleanup grade. And in the end, it looks like it's just gonna be the tanks with Corki getting slapped. At some point, they murdered Tristana. And wow, what a good cleanup here from Advanced Riskology. All started with that great pick from King Rollo onto the Tristana to just take her out of the fight. That is exactly what they need to do in order to get back in this game. Make sure that one of those high priority ultimates, the Assault and Battery or the Unstoppable Force, hits her at the start of the fight. Because, as we've seen from some of the previous team fights, if you don't remove her from the team fight, she's going to show up and she's going to kill your team. And it's going to be it's going to make Corki cry. And, Mother of God, we must not make Corki cry. Alright. I feel like this game's pretty even. Who are y'all feeling out in Twitch chat? Shoutouts who you want and or think is gonna win this game, because I mean, it's hard to bet against the Tristana, but at the same time that team fight was pretty definitive in favor of Advanced Riskology. They clearly studied up. To use a little Riskology pun. And Myers is growing into the tank that this team deserves, as he has locked down his Banshee's Veil, got his Frozen Heart, has the fully stacked Rod of Ages. I wonder what he'll be getting next. Who's the damage threat on that team? I guess probably AD, since it's probably gonna be Jace or Jace and Corki. Who's the damage threat am I even talking about? Obviously, it's Jace and Corki. Oh god, we got a fight in the jungle. All of the ults are being used again. All of the ults. That is a... There's the Cataclysm, which is probably a suicide Cataclysm, but it is good enough since it's going to be able to save the Tristana. Or not the Tristana. Is that Tristana? It's going to save somebody as it stops the advancing pursuit. And Myers is going to get stomped in the face. And wow, this is the second team fight that has gone definitively in favor of Advanced Riskology. They're really showing that, despite the fact that they have a pretty mid-game centered team, their late-game team fight decisions are on point. How did they... I don't even think they had vision on that. I think that was just straight-out play. That's going to convert into a Baron, and the gold lead, and... Whoa, Nelly. Take a swig of my beer. Alright. Looks like everybody's going to go back and buy. Buy, in particular, is sitting on 2,300 gold, so I suspect that's going to turn into something gross. She also has picked up her Brutalizer. And Morgana has a Hourglass. That is gross. And Malphite has a needlessly large rod. Alright. He has opted for the damage Malphite, which, honestly, if they're gonna have Vi go tank, you might as well. suspect that's going to turn into an hourglass, but it could be. I mean, if he's really going to go full ham, I guess it'll be a death cap, but hourglass, I suspect. Since the additional armor is going to synergize with, I think it's W. All right, so shock blast there hits Myers for like 0 damage. Wow, I don't think that actually hit him because he didn't lose anything. How much armor do you got, Myers? Myers has almost 200 armor. Okay, well, maybe. Oh, duh, that was the shield from Banshee's Veil. Okay, touche. And looks like we're gearing up for a bit of a showdown in the mid lane. Unstoppable Force and Assault and Battery are up. Looks like everything's up on for the Supersonics as well. Supersonics, Sunsonic? What is this team's called? Supernova. Some good poke coming in. And this is that Jace Corky poke combo I was mentioning earlier. It's a little strange since it's kind of counter. The Jace and Corky picks are a little bit against what you want to be doing with Malphite and Vi. You can kind of see them just like lurking off in the sides, just kind of going back and forth and not really being able to do much. But their time will come, since if anyone tries to engage, I guess it's just like a threat that's keeping the threat from advanced riskology that's just keeping the Supersonics from actually trying to go in and stop this poke. So I guess it may be better than actually having more. It's not like they need more poke. The rockets and the shock blasts are certainly enough. Alright, so the ball is in position, and nah, they're just gonna back off and let them have it. Alright, so advanced riskology's gonna need to keep doing what they're doing, and the Supersonics are gonna need to do something quick. Because if this turret goes down, they've basically surrendered the inhibitor as well. Note to all you fans out there. Whoa! Oh, man! The madness! The insanity! Oh, wow! That was just everything at once. That started with a Malphite ult initiated over the wall into the Assault and Battery that got all the way past the inhibitor, and that's gonna be well, not quite a clean ace. Jace ended up going down, but God, that was scary. That's the game. Wow, just in the blink of an eye, advanced riskology really showing their willingness to pull the trigger here and just take out the Supersonics in a well executed team fight. And man, good game with both teams. All right, that was your amateur quarterfinal match between the Supersonics and Advanced Riskology. This is Abers, and I'm going to turn it back over to Darkorpse, who's going to bring us into the semifinals.
Indeed, we are heading into our semi-finals matchup. Advanced Riskology has won that quarterfinals game, meaning that they will be facing off against Cheese in the Trap in a semi-finals matchup. I believe I have a member from both of these teams on my friends list at this point. Going to double check the roster from Cheese. Alright, indeed, Flordust is a member from Cheese in the Trap. I have let them know to invite us when they are ready to go. Again, guys, that was the second quarterfinals matchup we got to watch. Our first quarterfinals matchup was between Phage Clan and Cheese in the Trap, where Cheese in the Trap emerged victorious. That last one was Supernovas on the blue side, facing off against Advanced Riskology. On the purple side, Advanced Riskology did emerge victorious, and they're going to be playing against Cheese in the Trap in the semi-finals matchup here on the stream this evening. Taking a look at the bracket here, Cheese in the Trap will be on the blue side, while the Advanced Riskology plays on the purple side. Also looking at the bracket, we have had the other semifinals matchup already conclude. 4-buffed Rammus emerging victorious over a 1v1 Baron You Won't in the semifinal play. 1v1 Baron will be waiting in the bronze matchup, while 4-buffed Rammus waits in the finals matchup. The winners of the other semifinals matchup one we have on stream this evening, again, that's between Cheese in the Trap on the blue side and Advanced Riskology on the purple side. The winners of this matchup moving on to face off against 4-buffed Rammus in that finals matchup, and of course we will be streaming that finals game, while the losers get one more chance to play, and they get to play in the bronze match against 1v1 Baron You Won't, to determine the 3rd and 4th place teams for this evening. Of course, the top 4 teams are awarded prizing in this event in both the main tournament and the secondary tournament. For both of those events, the first place teams will go home with 16,000 RP and 5 Triumphant Rise skins. That is 3,200 RP for each of their final 5 participating members, as well as 1 Triumphant Rise skin apiece. For the second place team, I believe it is 12,000 RP for that team collectively, with it being 2,400 RP for each of their final 5 summoners. The 3rd and 4th place packs, I believe, are 8,000 and 4,000 RP apiece, with it being 16 and 800 RP for each of the final 5 summoners on those teams as well. Again, guys, we're heading into our semi-finals matchup for the stream this evening. We're going to have Cheese in the Trap on the blue side, and they're facing off against Advanced Riskology on the purple side. Again, guys, this will be round 4 of play. Both of these teams undefeated through 3 rounds of play so far. Looking forward to a fairly intense matchup. Still waiting on this invite. I've gotten the confirmation that Flurdust is making that lobby and will be getting us that invite as soon as possible. Still waiting on it to come in, however. Again, guys, as we are heading into the semi-finals of tonight's tournament, the game will be between Cheese in the Trap and Advanced Riskology. For the secondary tournament, going to have to refresh that page. The finals matchup is underway, as well as the bronze matchup. Those teams are HHS Esports versus Failstars in the finals match, and Raid Boss versus Big Tree 10 in that bronze match. So good luck to those top 4 teams as well. Again, guys, we have gone through 3 rounds of play. We've actually had 4 games on the stream this evening, getting to watch 2 of those quarterfinals games, as there was a bit of a delay getting one of the last second round games concluded. Meaning we got to watch Supernova face off against Advanced Riskology in a quarterfinals game, and now we're waiting for the invite from Cheese in the Trap for their semi-finals matchup between Cheese in the Trap and Advanced Riskology. Cheese in the Trap will be on the blue side, while Advanced Riskology plays on the purple side. Again, this is round 4 of play we're heading into. And I'm seeing Flurdust creating a custom game, and there's the invite we were looking for. Letting them know to invite Abers as well here. Getting reported that one of the members from Cheese in the Trap may not currently be available. They are allotted 15 minutes after that last game finished, so I can check the exact time of the report. And those have been roughly 3 to 5 minutes so far, so they have about 10 minutes remaining for them to contact that summoner and let them know that their matchup is currently ready to get started. Of course, it doesn't look like the purple side is yet coming into the game either, their game having only recently concluded. Again, guys, we are heading into a semi-finals matchup here. It's going to be Cheese in the Trap on the blue side, and they're going to be facing off against Advanced Riskology on the purple side. We actually got to see both of these teams play in their quarterfinals games due to the way that the timing for those match schedules ended up working out this evening. So a little bit of a treat getting to see both of those previous games coming into this. Seeing 4 members from Cheese in the Trap into this lobby. Looking like invites have not yet been sent out to their opponents. We're going to get them the team list here from Advanced Riskology. As I hit a wrong button and my computer goes crazy. Again, guys, we are heading into a semi-finals matchup here. We got to see round 1, 2, and 3, technically 2 round 3 games. The game between Phage Clan as well as Cheese in the Trap, where Cheese in the Trap emerged victorious to make their way into the semi-finals matchup. And the matchup between Supernova and Advanced Riskology, where Advanced Riskology emerged victorious to make their way into this semifinals matchup. Now we're going to get to watch Cheese in the Trap face off against Advanced Riskology. Looking forward to see how these two teams handle this semifinals game. Of course, both teams will be awarded some form of prizing this evening. The minimum they can go home with tonight is 800 RP for each of their final 5 summoners, though one of these teams will have a shot at 3200 RP and a Triumphant Rise skin in their next game. All they've got to do is win this semi-finals matchup. Of course, they have to win that finals matchup as well if they'd like to succeed, but they get their chance in the finals matchup if they succeed here once again. Of course, if they do succeed, they'll be on a 4-game win streak, while the team has their 3-game win streak ending, but still getting one more chance to participate in the bronze matchup this evening. Seeing both teams make their way into the lobby here. Looking like we have 2 members from Cheese in the Trap, not quite available currently. Again, guys, we had a slight delay coming into the semi-finals game here. We got to watch our quarterfinals game between Phage Clan and Cheese in the Trap fairly early on this evening. Our round 1 and round 2 game is happening fairly quickly, and then with that matchup finishing off fairly quickly as well, we had Supernova facing off against D Coffee Shop still in round 2 of play after our quarterfinals game had concluded. So that game concluded fairly quickly, and we got to watch Supernova face off against Advanced Riskology in their quarterfinals matchup leading into the semifinals game that we will be streaming this evening. Of course, our other semifinals game has actually already occurred, and we have one team waiting in the finals matchup and one team waiting in the bronze matchup for this current matchup to conclude. Seeing 9 summoners into the lobby here, waiting on just one more summoner from Cheese in the Trap. They did have a fairly significant delay between their last game concluding and this one beginning, so their summoner has taken a brief break and they're trying to get a hold of him. They do have 15 minutes from when the bracket was updated. Going to double check the time on that match report was 10:17, so 10 minutes have expired. Technically only 5 more minutes remaining though, as this is a finals matchup. In order to have matches occur, we will allow them a brief time extension if required. Of course, we will discuss that with both teams before we finalize that decision. Again, guys, heading into the semi-finals of play here this evening. Also got reported that I was a little bit quiet, so I will up my mic there a bit. Hopefully I'm not too loud here now. Having a question about next week's schedule. We are taking Friday night off next week as it is Halloween, the 31st of October. The first Friday we'll actually be taking off in 6 months of operations here, but we will be progressing as normal on Saturday as well as Sunday. Our Saturday will be a semi-pro event, while our Sunday, as usual, will be an amateur event. Our November schedule should be up sometime tomorrow evening for you guys. We do apologize about the delay getting that schedule released. And we also have all 10 summoners into the lobby and within the time limit. So congratulations to that team on not requiring a time extension there. Kind of glad to see everybody coming up into this match. Of course, summoners not quite ready. I believe somebody has run off to the washroom. A member from Cheese and Trap also saying that they still need a moment. Getting some questions about where teams are from currently. Not So Stock Gaming is actually a Canadian organization, though our tournaments that we host for online events, such as our Open Semi-Pro and Amateur events, those we host 3 times a week, are open to all North American summoners currently. I say all, though there are technically rank requirements for 2 of our tournaments, the open bracket allowing for any summoner, levels 1 all the way through 30, unranked all the way up to Challenger. Our semi-pro currently being for anyone from Gold 5 up to Diamond 1, not allowing summoners in the Silver or below tier, nor the Masters or above tier. And our amateur bracket tournament, which you are currently watching, allows for only Bronze 5 to Gold 1 summoners. not allowing for any summoners above the gold tier. Any questions about who is currently waiting for the finals, I will post a bracket back into Twitch chat for you. I do believe it is Team 4 buffed Ramus waiting in the finals matchup with 1v1 Baron You Won't waiting in the bronze match slot to compete for the 3rd and 4th place positions. Seeing a ready question come out from the blue side here this evening. Again, guys, we are heading into the semi-finals of play here. Both teams will confirm they are ready, and we're going to head into champion selection here.
Cheese in the trap, cheese in the trap.
I know, such a name, right?
That's all I've been thinking that's in my head the entire time that this break has been on. Just cheese in the trap, cheese in the trap.
I mean, somebody contact the blue side. They need to hire Abers to write them a theme song.
Yeah, cheese in the trap is blue side. Purple side is the good people at Advanced Riskology. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have Cheese in the Trap on the blue side and Advanced Riskology on the purple side in this semifinals matchup.
Alright, so Cheese is not going to let that Vi go through, which I think is a pretty good choice. Though honestly, I think it was the Malphite that was really doing a little bit more damage with basically what amounts to like the same ultimate, except it hits multiple people. Zedban, no-brainer, 16-0, and however many assists came out from Cheese in the Trap last game. Caitlyn ban? I don't know. That maybe to set up a more sad face AD carry like Vayne or Tristana or someone you don't want to Caitlyn against, I guess. Thresh ban, pretty reasonable. He's just like an all-around pretty strong champion, and especially, I like that especially as a response to the Caitlyn ban, since if you're gonna ban Caitlyn, you're probably gonna want to take Thresh because your AD carry is probably going to be incompetent. I mean, not incompetent, but weak early game. Twitch would make a lot of sense if you're gonna ban Caitlyn. Like I said, Vayne makes a lot of sense. Someone who's not really bringing the pain in the laning phase, and so I think that makes sense. Yasuo, we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen Cheese in the Trap, Cheese in the Trap play, so I don't really understand that ban. But no matter, we're gonna see some hot Lucian action coming in here from Cheese in the Trap, and let's see how the Riskology responds. So far, we haven't really seen a great answer to the Lucian in lane, so maybe we're gonna see some new stuff. I guess Corki is probably the best response we've seen so far, but it's okay. It's okay. Cheese in the trap. Cheese in the trap. Yeah, let's get some more viewers on here. Come, listen to my voice. Watch Stomp to Face, Stomp to Face. Alright, and who are they gonna pick? Ezreal would be an interesting choice, though I don't really think... I don't know. I have mixed feelings on Ezreal. I think Ezreal really depends on the support that goes with it. Leona would be an interesting choice, since that tells me you're gonna go Ezreal. This is Ezreal. This is go ham Ezreal. This is not your blue buff Ezreal. Sit back and farm. This is like first item Triforce Ezreal. That's trying to just charge up his passive and do as much damage and get as much attack speed and push the stuff as fast as possible. I would expect to see a pretty early, like level 2 all-in come from Leona. And Morgana was not banned? Ooh, yeesh. Let's see if old Cheese in the Trap can get some Cheese in the Trap to really kind of put this Leona in her place. There's a lot of supports that you don't really want the Leona against, which is why she's kind of fallen out of favor in the recent meta. Most notably, Janna is still up, which isn't someone you really want to which isn't really someone you want to Leona into. Ooh, that's a Katarina we got going on here, ladies and gentlemen, which is quite a spicy one. And oh my god, are we gonna get our... Oh, we get our wish! Is it the Nautilus support? Have they listened to what the people want? The demands of Twitch chat. Could it be the long-rumored Nautilus support? God, I hope so. Looks like we may see some more Jarvan play. Who am I kidding? Oh my god, we have a Nautilus. Yes, yes, yes. The reason why I like this Nautilus pick, outside of the fact that it's a Nautilus, and it's preposterous, and it's a giant dude in, like, an underwater suit, like, I don't even know what's going on with Nautilus. It's just all-around fabulous, but his ultimate is going to be pretty nice for making sure that Ezreal doesn't slink away, since even if he's going to Arcane Shift, he's still, what is that ultimate called? You can Arcane Shift all you want, but the depth charge will find you, and that's gonna chase him down pretty well. Now, okay, so we're seeing some of the problems with picking Katarina. Yeesh. I would not want to be the person who has to Katarina into a Lysindra, since Lysindra's got the poke, she's got the mobility, she's got the crowd control to really make Katarina's life hell from the get-go. And I wouldn't... I'm not super sure that she's going to take Exhaust, but that wouldn't be out of the question, considering if this Riven actually gets locked in, there's two very reasonable targets to consider for a double Exhaust comp. And, yeah, alas, alas, alas. Oh, the dream was shut down. Yes. Alas, Good Hits and I are got our sad face on, because, yeah, I mean, this makes much more sense. Janna is just like the queen of disengage, since what Zyra kind of fell out of favor. And what is this? This is going to be a top lane Galio? Okay. Well, that's another thing that just makes being Katarina really hellish. I don't really know who the Katarina targets are. Katarina is going to be targeting Jarvan early game, and then I guess trying to kill Lysindra and Ezreal? Yeesh. Well, the Ezreal's ones will be nice. He's a nice, squishy little blonde-haired boy. Or girl, I don't know. Whatever his gender is, or her gender is. Whatever. The point is, Katarina would be happy to eat an Ezreal. Now, I don't think Katarina really is happy to eat anything else. There's nothing she can do to stop Lysindra from just jumping away. There's nothing that she can do from stopping Lysindra from imprisoning her in ice and just wrecking her. There's nothing she can do to stop a Galio from ulting on her and just taunting her. I don't know. Hope we're gonna see some pretty sick moves here from Best Terran KR. And to be fair, we did. You know, right? We're yet to see their mid laner from Cheese in the Trap, Cheese in the Trap die. Right? He has not died. So, if anyone has the skills to pull off this preposterous matchup, it's the mid laner from Cheese in the Trap. That being said, she has her work cut out for her. In the meanwhile, you know who doesn't care about stacking magic resistance? Riven. And I'm not a scientist. I'm by far not an expert on the ins and outs of Galio. But I can't imagine the Riven versus Galio matchup is favorable for Galio. Just based off of the Galio passive, you want to be stacking magic resist. Based off of Riven, she wants to be stabbing you in the face with her sword. Right? So I think it would be a little bit more... I think that it's fair to take teleport here. And I think that's a more realistic assessment, especially in the face of a possible lane swap. But I think that Ignite would be entirely reasonable with just the assumption that Riven is just going to keep killing the Galio over and over and over again, and really push that early kind of lane advantage, both with mobility, I guess, is like kind of since Galio has that stupid thing that allows him to move faster. I'm just going to brush up on what exactly all of these moves are called. What is it? Resolute Smite. Bulwark. Righteous Gust. Righteous Gust was the thing I was talking about. His ultimate is Idol of Duran. Righteous Gust. Yeah, I kind of think if you're buying Randuin's Omen on Katarina, you've already lost. You have to just go ham. It's not someone you can kind of go. She's not a champion you can go back on. You're going in. You gotta kill stuff, and you gotta kill stuff fast. So I think her defense, her best defense is a good offense. Just more needlessly large rods. Just more of them. All of the needlessly large rods. Cheese in the trap. Cheese in the trap. All right. I will be back in like 30 seconds. I need to go visit the bathroom.
Sounds like Abers needs a brief break there, so I will take over momentarily here as we come into this semi-finals matchup. And as we do hit the load screen here, seeing all summoners aside from B-Boy Noobs on the ribbon with their trims, looking like the majority of the trims on the purple side are going to be gold, with 2 of them showing silver, and on the blue side it will be the majority of them showing silver with only 1 gold trim. I believe the majority of these summoners are currently in the gold ELO. Of course, I wasn't paying as much attention as I could have been during the pre-game lobby. So I'm going to pull this game up onto LoL Nexus and confirm where we're sitting at with all of these summoners currently. And it sounds like Abers is returning here.
Alright. Thank you for bearing with me. Alright, so while I was gone, none of the summoner spells changed. Excellent. Let's see. So a lot of firsts we're getting to see tonight on camera. We haven't, yet to see Riven, Janna, Katarina, Nautilus, Galio, Leona, or Katarina. So you can't you can say many things, but you can't say that the meta here is stale at the amateur bracket, as lots of fancy things coming through. All right, so let's get a look-see on what's going on. The Katarina opts to go with the Boots of Speed health potion start, which is nice because it gives you a grip of additional potions. I think she's got 4. Yeah. And the Boots of Speed are going to be good for avoiding some of that poke. Oh, no, Nautilus does not opt to face check the bush, which is excellent, but the invades threat is real. Though Nautilus is pretty good level 1. Like any hook champion, you have the engage from Dredgeline, but also his passive gives you a pretty good set of lockdown with staggering blows, though obviously he doesn't really want... Yeah, and he's already leveled up Titan's Wrath instead of Dredgeline. So, in anticipation of actually wanting to farm rather than deal some engage shenanigans. A little bit of cheeky poke coming in from Ezreal with his SKT fanboy #1 glove there. And all in all, it looks like everyone is just going to be happy starting at the bottom lane, getting their respective buffs. Nautilus doesn't really need that much mana. He's got his shields. And he's going to secure his red. Meanwhile, Jarvan's going to take his blue. And why is there not a... Oh, there is a top lane. Oh, that's just Riven going ham. I couldn't see her because her face was covered by Galio's. But actually, this ends up being a fairly even trade. Maybe a little bit in favor of Galio, since I mean, ostensibly Riven has a bit more sustain, right? She's got the 3% lifesteal given to her by the Dorian's Blade, but in practice, I think that the extra health pot, so he takes a full combo from Riven. The extra health pot really actually means that there's the level 1, level 2, level 3s go pretty much in favor of the person who doesn't take Dorian's Blade, as far as health exchanges. Now, while I was doing all that jibba jabba, it looks like Ezreal has taken quite a bit of damage and has had to burn most of his summoner spells. So, despite the fact that they wanted to go ham, I mean, what? What? How did that even happen? Okay, bear with me. All right, it was a sick trade. Okay, so I had to rewind that. What happened there was a 6 trade between Katarina and, oh my God, did they kill her again? No. Okay, so that was a pretty sick trade between Katarina and Lysindra, and Nautilus just happened to wander on by after she was ignited and just lay the smackdown on her. So that's a pretty important level 1 trade going over to Katarina, and man, the skills on Best Terran KR are really showing. She is rocking Katarina, the melee champion, melee assassin against Lysindra, and is up 10 CS, 3 minutes, or I guess 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and a kill. So watch out, world. Katarina is gonna be on the loose. In the meanwhile, looking at CS numbers, the Riven matchup is going, as you'd expect, in favor of Riven, though looks like Jarvan's about to show up and try and sway that. I expect Riven will be able to escape this. She's pretty low on health, but at the same time, she's still got Flash up, and she has a lot of mobility still with her Broken Wings combos. Sorry, Valor. Valor Broken Wing combo. Because since she is level 3 and is able to get all of those moves out. And we're ready. Alright, so... Oh. No. I guess she was not. Yeah. Okay. Great flash there. She saved it until the very last moment. Which is fair. I mean, I guess it could have been that Jarvan would have just backed off and she would have saved her flash. But yeah, I think she lost a bit of ground kind of going into that bush that they had to ward, but it's not that big of a deal. She just uses her teleport and gets right back to lane, right back into the face of Galio, who is definitely going to have to go back since he has to worry about mana. So, all in all, the trade ends up being pretty even. And really, I think well, I'll shut up, because here comes Galio. Oh, Dredgeline, grab, smash. And for all of that loud noises, ends up being stomped a face. Gets a little bit of his face stomped, but I think she'll be okay. Really, the kind of interesting move here is that Cheese in the Trap has both of their solo lanes are well, first of all, they're ladies, but second of all, these ladies do not need to worry about mana, whereas the good people at Advanced Riskology do. And while these lanes feel a little bit, I mean, the trades that are happening are okay. Really, the biggest issue is the mana trades, right? Both Stomp to Face is out of mana, and King Rolo, despite just going back, is also out of mana. And Katarina and Riven don't give a crap about that. So I would expect to see them push their advantages as much as possible in this early game. Though that's kind of a no duh. Alright, let me just think about something insightful to say. Well, the bottom lane is going pretty ham. Nelly, that is a 43 to 25 CS difference between Lucian and Ezreal. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is why unfortunately Leona has fallen out of the meta. Because if she gets behind, and you fall behind in lane, there is very little she can do to kind of add to your lane presence and kind of team. Well, I mean, maybe she'll do some things later in the game with her solar flare, but right, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna dive in on the losing lane? Is she going to? Well, I guess she's going to try, but the Ma freaking user is going to slow her and knock her up, give a shield to Lucian, so as to prevent any real damage from coming in. Lucian gets a shield, is now able to do additional damage, and I mean, as soon as Ma freaking user hits level 6, she's gonna get Monsoon, which is gonna mean that any kind of engage that Leona is able to do is just going to be totally countered. And yeah, that's how you know I'm a good shoutcaster. I was able to talk through 2 kills. As both Riven falls down there to a top lane gank from Jarvan, and Lysindra just dies 1v1 versus Katarina. Right? That was 1v1? Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe not. Since Nautilus also has a support, or has an assist now. I will check the good people at Twitch chat. Alright, and some vision being cleared out here by Global Good. Oh, where did that blue buff go? Oh, that sneaky Nautilus snuck over and grabbed the blue buff while no one was looking. Sneaky. Which, I mean, is gonna be helpful for him. Katarina doesn't really need it. I mean, 10% cooldown is nice, but it's not really gonna make or break any of the things she wants to do. And again, the magic of mana. The mana denial strategy coming in from Cheese and the Trap is actually working really well. That's how the top lane trades are going. Again, these people are just always out of the mana. Even Jarvan's out of mana. And down a level to Nautilus. I don't know if you want to trade here, bruh. I don't think you're going to be able to escape. Well, Lysindra comes up. Okay. Uh-oh, but that means Katarina's not far behind, and shoo-ee, reset, double kill. Actually, it was just one reset. It was had there been a third one, that would have mattered, but, well, yeah. Yeah, reset, kill. I think I overanalyzed that a little bit. Whatever. Yeah, if you've been with me for a while, this is one of many games I've been casting, so you have to bear with me for the preposterous comments. All right. In the meanwhile, this bottom lane has really not changed. If anything, it's gotten worse for advanced Riskology. As you can see, Leona jumps in, and what happens? Ma freaking user just rolls up and starts laying down the Janna Smackdown, which is strangely enough a bit more significant than her totally preposterous battle outfit would lead you to believe. Right? You wouldn't think that the woman in like dressed in scarves would be able to defeat the woman in armor with a shield and a sword, but such is League of Legends. Alright, Katarina is lurking around here, but she's gonna need to just go back into this tri-bush if she really wants to die, because there's no way this lane is getting pushed out that far anytime soon. This is just gonna be a dead turret. And, yep. Ooh, okay. Well, that's why you should finish off the turret before you dive. Okay. Well, we all learned things there. Alright, well, it ends up being a double kill for the Katarina, so it's not that big of a deal. Who now moved on to 5-0 and 1. And it looks like they're going to roam back. Well, I guess it's not a roam if you're going mid and you are mid, but there's the. Oh. Wow. That's a good use of the ult. And gets the shutdown. Oh, Nelly. Oh, double kill. Outplay. Stomp to face. And yeah. Yeah, my freaking user knows not to continue on that. When Lysindra is angry and stomping to face, you need to not put your face near her foot. Alright. Ezreal shows up randomly. Interesting. And it looks like... Yep, Ezreal continues to show up randomly. Well, that's not... That makes sense that he'd be there, because yeah, that turret is dead. It had like one hit left on it anyway. And really, he doesn't want to be anywhere near the Lucian and the Janna, since they're really just taking him to task. Yeah, with a 30 CS lead, though, I mean, talk all the trash you want, but Ezreal does have 2 kills. Alright, so Katarina's fancying herself a kill onto Jarvan, and she's gonna get it. You could just see. You could see from the way those sleigh bells were hanging. She wanted it. Just wanted him dead. Now she's gonna charge up. Oh god, she's got a DFG already. There's the first dragon of the game going to cheese in the trap. And despite my, well...
Purple team's turret has been...
I was going to say, despite my earlier predictions, this lane is going much better for Galio than I would suspect, but I think that those 3 deaths that Riven had were all 3 ganks from Jarvan. Which is fair, right? The Riven has to use her combo to either engage or disengage, not really both. And what do you want to kill more than a Galio? I don't really know. Just looking at it makes me want to stab it. A Teemo, obviously, but what do you want to kill other than a Yordle? Probably a Galio. Yeah, I would like to turn that question over to Twitch chat. Which champion is the most satisfying champion to kill, other than Teemo, which is the obvious answer? I will poll the audience. Tryndamere, I think might be for me. Especially when you get those good kills where he's just too slow to activate his ultimate because you burst him down. Those are pretty satisfying. But I want to hear your stories. Tell me, Twitch chat. Let me know how you feel. In the interim, we shall return to this horrifying Katarina, who looks to be building an hourglass next. That would make sense. Ooh, she just switches places with the Lysindra. Okay. Wow, dodges the solar flare. Fancy feat. Yeah, there are 4 people coming in from Advanced Riskology looking to kill the best Terran KR. She's not having any of it. And meanwhile, looks like there's a gank being executed onto Galio. Pretty good damage coming in. Yep. Note to self, if you're ever fighting a Nautilus, take out the shield, otherwise he will kill you. Since Nautilus loses all of his damage buff if his shield goes down. But if it doesn't go down, it stays up and kills you. As you saw there. Scion Yeah, alright. I don't really think about that, but the double kill from Zealand, York, and Scion is pretty good. Scion's pretty good because if you just like run away from his thing, it's always so disappointing if you don't get an extra return kill after you die. He's just like, I want to kill you. Oh, speaking of want to kill you, wow, she gets a double kill even after being frozen.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
Somebody's got to stop that Katarina. Gotta do something about that girl. Ping's coming out, identifying that Galio is heading top with his no armor versus his all physical damage lane opponent. You may be able to hear the skepticism in my voice. Though I can't imagine Galio does very well on the lane swaps. I don't really know what you do once Riven gets locked in. Though I say that, but these trades are not going near as well. Yeah, now they are. Okay. Yep. I think both Galio and myself realized at about the exact same time that he needed to start running away from Riven. But because Riven's got friends, and yeah, she just takes down that Jarvan, who also does not have any armor. Oh, excuse me. Oh. And finish the job. Kenny has finished the job. Oh my god, kill it! Kill it! What? Oh, the Nautilus goes down in the interim! Oh, that's terrible. Oh, he was taunting and just tanking up the turret, and Ezreal rolls up and just pop, you're dead. Alright. This game is excellent. How's Ezreal? Okay, so Ezreal's going for Triforce into Last Whisper. That makes sense. In the meanwhile, Lucian may be able to get this mid turret. He does have 3 levels over the Jarvan. Stomp to face. Can he stomp it? Locks him in ice and dead. Oh, but oh god. Katarina. Okay, so Katarina actually doesn't manage to kill off either of those people. Inches away, but needs another needlessly large rod before you get the insta double kill. Okay. Okay, and we're seeing some now. This is the Leona pick starting to pay off. Get that crowd control onto the Katarina, but still not able to convert because Nautilus shows up and he's giant and has things to do. Top lane goes down, and the slap fight continues in mid lane. Since Katarina has pretty much been zoned out of the fight by that early damage, and she's worried about getting hit by any number of crowd control from Leona should she re-engage. As a result, it was the tanks shooting each other with very little actual tangible result. Though it looks like advanced Riskology is about to advance onto B-Boy Noobs. The old hide in the bush strategy. Genius. Hopping over, steal the red, Nope, didn't steal the, yep, stole the red, and they got the dragon, and they're gonna kill an Ezreal. Man, when it rains it pours here for this cheese in the trap team. Wow, so Riven rolled into their jungle, killed 2 people, and stole a red buff, and then escaped? Maybe? Escaped? Woof. Inches away. And there's Nautilus. Stuns. Snares. Man. Just fighting. Why can't we all just be friends? Because that's boring as shit. See some more double kills. Alright, oh, the old over the wall Ezreal into the death. Alright, so Ezreal jumped over the wall and Katarina jumped over the wall in both surprise moves that neither side anticipated, and it turns out that when that happens, the 11-2 Katarina outweighs the 3-1 Ezreal. We all learned something that day. Taking a little bit of a lull to read what's going on in the Twitch chat. How are you all doing this evening? Thank you again for staying with us. In case you just joined us, this is our semi-final match. Semi-finals? I think this is semi-finals. Who knows? Alright. What I know is we got a fight between the Galio and the Riven again. And the Riven is up 2 levels, and I don't know what the Galio was thinking. Oh, the Flash! What a move! Ooh, nice. That was a great move. Oh, and Bates are in. Oh, the outplay. That was sweet. That's what the Galio was thinking. He was thinking, I gotcha. I got friends. I got a little blonde-haired boy with a giant finger that is coming for you. Oh. And they want more. They're gonna get the Lucian, or they're gonna get the Katarina. Okay, well, that was a bit of a, I don't know about that exhaust, but whatevs. Whatevs. It could have been good. You really, you really have to save your exhausts for the Katarina ult. And you have to be quick on it, but oh, got her. A nice little disengaged Monsoon there, but no, okay. Here comes Nautilus with the Dredgestein and the tanks and the Katarina ults. See, wouldn't it be nice to have exhaust right now? Another guard, and more Katarinas, and more Katarinas, and the hops, and you're dead. Alright, so wow. That's all I can say. These fights go one way, and then they go the other, and then there's a Baron. And in the throughout the thick and the thin, the Katarina maintains her 13 kills. Oh. And now they're just gonna wait. Just lie and wait. Is there any wards that have seen them? Or I don't think so. I think that this is probably going to work. Don't do it. Don't do it, Lysindra. Okay, she's not gonna do it. Don't do it, Jarvan. No. No global goods. Oh, dead. Okay. Well, they got one person. I think that probably would have been just better if they just taken the Baron, but whatevs. Okay. So, Riven, unfortunately, ran 3 people. And died. And there's Katarina, who now has to face 2 champions. How much match resist do you have? A lot. You have... Okay, so... The Galio has anywhere between 150 and, like, 200 match resist? I don't know, does he have a thing that buffs his match resist? That seems weird. Maybe that was... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I mean, Katarina is fed, and she's playing excellent. I hesitate to say GG though, just because if she doesn't keep track of where the Leona is, that's the way that they lose the game. In one of these like late game team fights, just like accidentally forget that Leona's there and stuns you. Yeah. 'Cause she's gonna get blown up by any number of things. And by that I mean actually really only one thing. She gets blown up by the Lysindra ult. Frozen Tomb. She gets Frozen Tombed into just like people shooting her. That's terrible. Wow. Escaping with it. No, nope, not escaping. Ezreal says, I have a long range. Oh god, but the Katarina. Oh, and they've got Baron too. Oh, dead. Oh, and there's the Leona, but too late. Too late. No, actually, no. She's not too late. Well, she's kind of late, but someone's gonna need to go back and deal with this Lucian, and I don't think it's gonna be Jarvan. And now there's, yeah, Nautilus too tanky. He's so big. He has like 3,200 health, and not counting his shield. Like almost 200 armor. He's tanked what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 turret shots, 8 turret shots, and is like not even less than half health. Yeah, that is a big Nautilus. Lucian's just getting the dragon. Whatevs. Okay. Alright, so the only thing that's finally put a stop to the fun of the Nautilus is that he's run out of mana. And that may ultimately be his demise. I don't know. He's still at half health. Damn. That dude is big. And nope. Great ward there from Jarvan. Prevents the team from accidentally face-checking into the Katarina. Perfect hourglass to avoid the solar flare and triple kill. Yeah, I don't even know what happened there. My computer like jumped from hourglass to ultimate to triple kill. Yeah, I don't care that you have 200 magic resist because I have a friend named Lucian who's got 2 guns. So Riven may, well, she manages to take Jarvan down with her, so it's not a complete loss. Wow. Cheese in the Trap is yet to lose a turret. It's 8 turrets to 0. Alright, so it looks like Cheese in the Trap is starting to siege up this bottom lane. It looks like they should be able to lock down this inhibitor. There's a teleport coming in from Riven. We'd be happy to chase down this small, blonde-haired boy. And triple kill. Quadra kill. Oh, nope. Nope. Best Terran KR says mine. And that looks like that's going to be our semifinal match. Yeah. Stomp the face. You have stomped many a face in the games tonight. And Advanced Riskology is not going to go away without a prize. They played an excellent series tonight. We've watched them over the course of the game, but Cheese in the Trap putting up a dominant finish with Katarina leading the charge, 23-8. And while she was doing fancy things, the unsung hero of the support, 0 deaths, 0 kills, 19 assists, fantastic Janna play, a great pick and ban phase. Get that, and I'm going to turn this over to the good man, Darkorpse.
Indeed, what a game that was. That is a rather impressive Janna score, almost a perfect support score. Technically, no kills is exactly what you normally want as you're building utility for your team, handing all those kills onto your carries. So that stated, we are heading into the finals of tonight's main event. I mean, we're going to have 4-buffed Ramus as the team on the blue side. And they're going to be facing off against Cheese in the Trap here on the purple side. Of course, we also have the bronze match occurring at the same time, though that will not be streamed. We have 1v1 Baron You Won't on the blue side. They're facing off against Advanced Riskology on the purple side. So good luck to all 4 of our finalist teams. We're going to look for an invite into our finals matchup here. Guess I can message Flurdust once again, as that was the member from Cheese and Trap message for the last round of play, and they did emerge victorious into our finals game here this evening. Also, the stream showing as offline on my laptop is driving me insane. Twitch chat reporting that things are still all good there. Not quite sure why I can't see my own video. Alright, coming into the lobby here. Gonna get an invite out to Abers as well. Just reminding teams that Abers needs an invite here so we can get ourselves underway. I do believe Abers is going to be joining us for the finals matchup as well. He's been here all night so far. Again, just waiting on those invites to get sent out. Seeing Abers come into the lobby here, and all 10 summoners are here for this finals matchup. There was a bit of a delay for 4-buffed Ramus while they waited for that other quarterfinals game and the semifinals game to concur, but those games have finished off, and we have Cheese in the Trap on the purple side to face off against 4-buffed Ramus on the blue side. Looking to get everybody into the correct slots here. Abers needs to move down into the spectator mode. There we go. See if Toy Soldier jumps himself back up onto their team, and readies could come out. Question in the client thereof, is this best of 1 or best of 3? Indeed, the rules do state that all matches are single elimination, including the finals round currently. We've had that question asked a number of times, as well as the question of why we continue as a single elimination as opposed to best of 3 or best of 5 for the semis and or the finals matches. And at this time, mainly it is a time constraint. I mean, we do start our events currently at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's almost 11:30, so we've been going for over 4 hours at this point. The summoners are on a 4-game win streak. In order to come off of that and have to play 3 or 5 more games potentially would be a huge time demand for everybody involved. Again, guys, we're heading into the finals matchup for tonight's amateur bracket tournament. We started out with 25 teams. We had 11 round 1 games, 8 round 2 games, followed up by 4 of those quarterfinal games, and only 2 semifinal games where we had 4 teams remaining. Of course, we still have 4 teams remaining, as we have the 2 losing teams from that semifinals matches heading into the bronze match to determine the exact placement for the 3rd and 4th place teams. We have 2 undefeated teams on the stream currently, though. I believe both of them on a 4-game win streak to make it into the finals here this evening. The winners will be going home on a 5-game win streak, extremely happy with their 16,000 RP prize package, including 5 Triumphant Rise skins. I apologize, as well as 5 Triumphant Rise skins. Again, that is 3,200 RP for each of the final 5 summoners and a Triumphant Rise skin apiece. Of course, the second place team not going home unhappy either, with 2,400 RP for each of these final 5 competing summoners. 3rd and 4th place teams in similar situations, grabbing 1,600 and 800 RP per team member as well. Looking like both teams need a little bit of time here to get themselves all situated and ready to play. finals match is a little bit important. I mean, you've come this far, you really want to know you're prepared, really want to give it your all coming into this game. Toy Soldier in the all chat, they're asking who's doing it for the Rise skins. Looking the blue side has not won a tournament previously. Not having those Rise skins, they have a lot on the line, more than just that 3200 RP for each of those summoners. The only way you can get that tournament Rise skin is... Uh-oh. I guess 4-buff Remus created that game while the other semifinals matchup was still underway, and the lobby has just expired. So we're going to be getting another invite into this matchup. Of course, that other semifinals game had just finished up, so they're still inside of their time limit to get started. Wolpers Remus is opting to sit in their lobby as a team together, potentially, while they watch that game on the stream. If they did watch the last game on the stream, they have a little bit of intel about she's in the trap. Again, we watched an amazing Katarina and an amazing Janna game for them. A very strong Nautilus jungle coming through as well from Cheese in the Trap in that semi-final game against Advanced Riskology. Looking like the lobby is going to get reformed here, guys, and we'll be heading into the finals matchup here once again. Hopefully into champion selection as opposed to back into the weird interim of not being in a lobby or anything else. Again, guys, we are heading into our finals match of the evening for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. Our final competitors here tonight are 4-buffed Remus, though how you can get a 4th buff I have not quite yet figured out. And they're going to be facing off against Cheese in the Trap. 4-buffed Remus on the blue side, Cheese in the Trap on the purple side in this finals matchup this evening. Also getting reports coming in that the secondary event has concluded. Looking like HHS Esports were the victors in that event, with Team Failstars coming in a close second, followed up by Raid Boss in 3rd place and Big Tree 10. A 4th place finish. All of those summoners will be receiving their prizing. So congratulations to you guys making it on into the final matches of that event. Of course, the secondary tournament a little bit smaller than the main event. Only the first 8 teams to lose a match in the main event getting added into that bracket. The finals match we have at hand a little bit more impressive. Both of the teams on 4-game win streaks, looking to make it a 5-game win streak. They've come out on top of 23 other teams. We had a total of 25 teams participating this evening. A little bit of hype happening into the lobby chat here. Looking like they're still not quite ready to go, but we are getting fairly close to the match getting itself started. Suspecting that champion section will be coming out fairly shortly here. Again, guys, a little bit of hype here for the finals matchup.
Woo! Finals! Extreme!
Yeah, again, guys, it is 4-buffed Remus as the blue team, and we have Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. We'll see if Remus falls into the trap. Not quite sure if you can beta Remus with Cheese, but they're going to try. And the pun falls on dead silence. Whew. Darkorpse, you've lost it. Anyways, guys, we do have all 10 summoners sitting in this lobby, waiting on both teams to announce that they are ready to go. Not quite sure what we're waiting on. Also an invite to play some more Twisted Treeline. Not quite sure what the Twisted Treeline invites are about tonight. A little bit of 3v3 action hype. Of course, we are hosting a 5v5 tournament currently. All these matches being played on the Summoner's Rift in tournament draft mode. For those of you looking to participate potentially in the future, it is important to remember that you must start matches in tournament draft mode, or else the pause feature does not become available to you. Also, you're going to be into champions such as your Katarina as well as Rise are being fairly quickly banned. Now, these bans coming out extremely quick. Fizz and Zed banned through as well. Again, guys, we have 4 buffed Ramus on the blue side, and they're facing off against Cheese in the Trap on the purple side, and those last bans coming through as well being Zillion and Mayokai. Also, I am joined here tonight by Abers, who has been casting the majority of the evening. Gonna hand things back over to him here as champion selection continues.
Okay, so what these bans say is that 4 buff Ramus wants to run an assassin that they choose that isn't Katarina or Fizz, and Cheese in the Trap doesn't want to have to deal with a top lane AP carry. So, hence the Rise ban, and the tree. Honestly, we've seen the tree be kind of hit or miss this evening. Certainly, his late game team fight prowess is quite a sight to behold. But sometimes it's a little lackluster. It's certainly able to chase down people, and you're not really going to escape a tree that gets on you. But regardless, we will not be seeing him tonight. Who we will be seeing for the first time this evening is Lee Sin, who has not made an appearance. We're also going to be seeing my cat, who is loudly proclaiming the need for food, even though he just ate. But whatever, such as cats. Alright, so we're going to get Corki. A Corki versus Lucian, which we have seen a couple of times. And it tends to go about as even as you can get versus Lucian in lane. The Yasuo pick, I think, would be probably good. In one of the games for Cheese in the Trap that we didn't get to watch, the one right before we started following them, actually Best Hair and KR played Yasuo, and was apparently quite the terror, as we've seen them be in basically all of the games this evening. So I wouldn't be super surprised by that. I also am a personal big fan of the Yasuo-Janna combo, mainly because secretly they both have the same skill, which is the ability to shoot those tornadoes. Hilarious. They're secretly the same person. That's a good nice little synergy there. So you can use your Janna to set up the last breath from Yasuo. Also, obviously, gonna get some hot Jarvan action. J4 coming through with the knockups to also give you those instant Yasuo combos. And what are we going to see here from 4 buff Ramus? Unfortunately, it does not appear like they're going to lock in the actual 4 buff Ramus. This is either going to be a lane, a solo lane. Well, I'm totally being trolled here. Obviously, it's not going to be a Warwick. Oh my god, it's a Warwick! The crowd goes wild. Warwick. Yes, that is a Warwick. Okay, so we're either getting a lane Warwick or a lane Lee Sin. And honestly, I think that the lane Lee Sin is probably a little bit less desirable than the lane Warwick, since Warwick is not really going to be able to match the early game jungle pressure coming out of a J4, but we'll see. It hasn't stopped people in the past, and I think lane Warwick is a little bit of an undervalued and underappreciated. It's got a grip of sustain, it does a fair amount of damage. And once he gets his ultimate, it basically becomes regular Warwick. It's Warwick, except he gets more gold because he's in a solo lane. And as a result, and you just basically get to skip past the horrible part where you have to wander around the jungle and hope that no one pops out and tries to kill you. So it's like, if you can get it, and you don't have to deal with like a ranged matchup in lane, which it doesn't look like he's going to have to. Yeah, I'll stop the speculation because, come on, let us know who's gonna get smite, who's gonna get it, who's gonna get it. So far, I think it's actually gonna be. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. All right, so they keep us in suspense until the last possible moment, but it is going to be Toy Soldiers on that jungle Lee Sin and Thomas Kat on the lane Warwick. They're going to be laning against Aurelia, and let me ponder this for a moment. I actually suspect that this match is going to go in favor. I mean, I said this earlier in the evening if anyone was paying attention, but I think that this match is going to go similar to basically all of the Aurelia matches, which is it's terrible for Aurelia until the jungler shows up, and then she has no problem jumping in, stunning you because she's taken so much harass earlier, has lower percentage health than you do, and then you're dead. Also, I don't know if any of you all know this. Yes, Scrappy-Dubby-Doo. Wait, that was my Yogi Berra. Scrappy-Dubby-Doo. There we go. I don't know if any of you all are aware of this. I wasn't until earlier today, but Aurelia does percentage health and not total health, which was a big disappointment, honestly. Because I had like less. Yeah. It's a situation where I wasn't expecting to get stunned, got stunned, and then was murdered. So, which I guess in retrospect totally makes sense, since you would always stun tanks, or people that have more health than you. Likewise, if you build, it would discourage building HP on Aurelia. I don't know. There's some args. There's some args either way, but the point is, it's percentage health, not max health, and she's gonna get pooped on by Scrappy-Doo, by Warwick, until Jarvan shows up at level 3 with his double buffs, and they kill the Warwick. Yeah, that's what I'm calling. I'm saying that the Warwick is gonna die first blood to the level 3 Aurelia Jarvan gank, and that is going to happen before. Oh yeah, nobody's taking Ignite here on Rammus, or on 4-buff Rammus. Yeah, that's totally what's going to happen. Locking it in. In the meanwhile, so 4-buff Rammus seems to have, they've got the mid-game team comp, but instead of the Jace, instead of Siege, they have like the mid-game jump you and kill you team. They've got like the chase down team, which is basically, instead of the Corki and the Jace, what we're gonna get teamed up are the Lee Sin and the Warwick, and they're just gonna run you down. And with Corki trying to follow along, shooting rockets the entire time. So it'll be entertaining, and it'll be definitely a distinct, I think, strategy and gaming experience from what we've watched previously. The good part about this is, nothing about these teams says anything other than full ham, gonna fight, team fights all the way. So it should be quite an exciting match. And I believe we're about to be joined by Darkorpse.
Indeed, I have returned, and we do have two very strong-looking teams coming into this matchup. Taking across the trims, the teams seem fairly even, at least as far as last season's ELO is concerned. Can take a look over at LOL Nexus here as well. Grabbing one of these summoner names, it is B-Boy Noobs on the purple side there. Have him already from their last matchup. See if LOL Nexus will actually pull this up for us. We can get a quick look at the current ranks of the summoners, as I don't normally take as close a look as I should during the lobby. Come on, LOL Nexus, I hear the rift. See if LOL Nexus loads up faster than the game will. going to be into the game, so I will reorder our scoreboard here. I believe we have Warwick in the top lane with Lee Sin as their jungler on the blue side of the map.
Yep.
Alright, I actually played a game earlier today where we had a Warwick in the top lane. Did fairly well. So we'll see how this one performs. Of course, a little bit of a divergence between my yellow and these guys. So some of them are silver players, some of them are gold players. I believe we have one bronze player coming to this matchup as well. Oh, and lol, Nexus won't find the match for me. I see it occurring, but we just don't see it on the internet. Oh, internet,
Wow.
why you troll me? I mean, if it exists, it can be found on the internet. That is the rule, right? But this
4
game
buff.
just-
Are you able to see what's going on in this game?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, 4 buff Rammus just totally like, oh, the troll.
Oh, that is
They just
wow.
murdered the shit out of Aurelia. They got into the bush like 2 seconds before she would have been in vision and saw it. They warded it and then just entirely circled her, and then just like it was a 5-man collapse, dead, first blood.
Indeed, I
GG.
saw that happening, but I for some reason thought blue side was on their half of the map and Aurelia was beginning an invade attempt. Then I was like, oh no, they're about to pincer her. And
Yeah,
Aurelia instantly went down. Seeing a bit of an invade
Yeah.
attempt come out from the purple side here to contest that, though we have seen Forward Strike also fall off of their invade after being successful in getting their first blood pick. Seeing Lee Sin off to set up in the bottom half of the jungle, starting with his red buff here, potentially J4 doing the same, sorry, not the same exactly, but setting up in the bottom half of the jungle as well for his blue buff, and buff will be onto the map. Midlane is also beginning to exchange farm in the mid lane for a little bit of poke as well. Seeing an Orianna versus Yasuo matchup in the mid lane. Once again, guys, we have 4 buffed Rammus on the blue side, and they're facing up against Cheese in the Trap on the purple side.
And that first blood is the difference between Corky starting with a Boots of Speed versus just his regular start. He got a full item up.
Coming into this.
Wow.
We'll see what kind of advantage that translates to into the bottom lane. Corkish getting a little bit of poke onto Lucian and Janna together. Seeing Orianna get a little poke onto Yasuo as well in the mid lane. My camera is actually going quite crazy here. All the action on the map, directed cameras, not quite sure where to focus. Going to see Aurelia and Warwick looking to trade in the top lane as well. Aurelia going to go full ham on working back in the bottom lane as Corky is caught up by a Q from Janna. Exhaust going on to Corky as well. The exchange will continue. In the mid lane, Orianna will go down. Now a 1-for-1 kills for flash to go from the Braum, but he does go down as he comes back into that. Corky going down as well, going to be a double kill for the purple side. Lucian, once again, guys, 4 buffed Rammus on the blue side, and Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. I believe they baited their trap in the bottom lane quite successfully there. Gonna see Lee Sin look to engage on J4 in the top half of the river. A little bit of a gank and counter gank situation. Aurelia and Warwick both not sure how to react to this. Warwick is fairly low as Aurelia continues the engage on him. J4 looking to zone Lee Sin out of the river. Lee Sin flashing it back onto his half of the map back to safety. Going to see Yasuo roam up to the top half of the top half of the map as well, but we'll begin to recall from that, leaving Orianna to free farm in the mid lane. Maybe some action in the bottom lane as Janna and Lucian look to exert pressure against that bottom lane outer turret. Of course, as I say that, they begin to fall off that, and Lucian will actually begin to recall here. Sitting 2-0, he will have a little bit of gold to spend. Really looking for some early ward coverage here. Will return to her lane as Warwick manages to clear out the last wave of minions to push directly to his turret. J4 making his way into the mid lane. Orianna is recalling. Will be an unsuccessful gank. J4 making his way back into the jungle. Was set up for his Wraith camp here. Lucian and Janna also making their way back out to the bottom lane. Braum and Corky will get minions directly onto that outer turret. May get a little bit of pressure. Gonna see a gank into the top lane here. Aurelia taking a fair amount of pressure down to just above half HP. But Lee Sin and Warwick will be forced off of that engagement as she makes her way back to the turret. Poke me up from Braum will not connect onto Lucian. Lucian looking to continue the engagement onto the Corky Braum pair. Braum, I believe, has now lost his early advantage from the first blood. He does have a 2 farm advantage, but is down by 1 kill at this time. Braum and Corky looking to zone Lucian out of the lane. A poke did come out from the Braum, slowing Lucian down, and Janna will finally return into the bottom and after effecting vision control into the river. More poke coming out from the Braum, poking connecting from the Corki as well onto Lucian. Lucian still sitting fairly healthy here though, dashes in onto the Corki, getting a huge chunk of his HP in that burst. He comes out from the Gemma connecting onto Braum. Braum's unbreakable shield will come out, and Yasuo engages onto Orianna in the mid lane. Disengages that fight fairly quickly though, avoiding the majority of Orianna's burst. See more action while the Q Jenna will not connect this time in Corki Valkyries to safety. Braum takes a fair amount more pressure there. They're down to about 300 HP. They're going to be gank into the million as Lee Sin comes in. Yasuo going to go full ham despite being on 1 versus 2 though. Attempting to juke his way back out of this, will make his way, yes, to safety as Jarvan 4 comes in for a counter gank as well. Comes up with Sin onto Jarvan 4, looking to make his way back into range, potentially going to grab Yasuo if he can do so. He will have expired Qs onto the Orianna instead here. Both Yasuo and Orianna fairly low. Q comes out from the Yasuo. Now they're both at 300 HP, and the junglers will slowly make their way out of that lane, though Janna is heading up into the mid lane here, looking for a Q onto Orianna. Yasuo going full ham. Orianna down to 100 HP. A turret hit onto Yasuo. Yasuo not able to connect onto Orianna, and I believe a flash came out there from the Yasuo, looking to keep himself safe against Lee Sin, who came back into the lane. Looking like Janna may roam back towards her lane, though she may stay in the mid lane here. Affects vision control deep into the enemy team jungle. Again, this is 4 buffs Ramus on the blue side, and she's in the trap on the purple side. Janna will indeed make her way back into her native lane after a huge roam into the mid lane. Seeing the Janus at level 4, Corki and Braum also level 4. The Lucian has reached level 5 in the bottom, a slight advantage for She's in the Trap. Lucian's doing engage on Corki down to half HP almost instantly. Accuser from the Janus actually managed to connect onto Braum, did not think that was going to hit him. Lucian will come back in onto Corki, but Braum is there to assist him. They will force the Lucian Janna pair off. There's a little bit of poke comes out from the Corki, not able to connect on Lucian. Lucian and Janna both at full HP, though Janna is fairly low in mana. Seeing the Corki Braum pair around half of their mana as well. Apologize for Skype popping out there. Getting reports that Abers is going to take the remainder of this matchup off, so I will be casting this one solo. A huge thank you to Abers for casting the majority of the beginning of this tournament. Well, the majority of this tournament as we are into the finals matchup here. I think he did 5 matches for us, 4 rounds into 2 quarterfinals. Going to be huge action into the mid lane though as Yasuo goes down to an engagement from the Warwick Orianna. A nice ultimate used from Warwick can mean an instant death for those mid lane champions sometimes. We're going to see more action coming into the bottom here. Lee Sin looking for a gank here. Lucian fairly deep. Corki going to Valkyrie into the action, down to about 300 HP though. Chooses not to continue the engagement. Lee Sin will wrap around back into his jungle here, I believe. Orianna is also going to back from the mid lane while Yasuo makes his way back out to the mid lane, getting his way past that first inhibitor turret. Will be about 15 seconds mid lane. Lee Sin getting fairly low here against the Lucian and Janna pair. Lee Sin will go down to the Lucian. Lucian however down to 150. She might go down here, but it picks up a double kill onto the Corki. Braum looking to escape this with his life here. The Unbreakable Shield has come out a little bit early. Lucian and Janna opt not to follow him in for that last kill. Lucian going to go for as many last hits here as he possibly can onto those minions. Potentially gets the pressure against that bottom lane outer turret as J4 roams into the bottom lane. Actually maybe looking for that kill onto the Braum as well here. J4 going to go full ham on the turret, takes 1 turret, a nice EQ combo on the Braum. He will go down to Jarvan 4. Lucian looking for pressure against that bottom lane outer turret. Has only about 300 HP as Corki is coming back into this lane. This could be a little bit of an overstay if he doesn't choose to recall soon. And actually in the mid lane though as Yasuo goes back in onto the Orianna. Taking a look at their farm numbers, Orianna doing a great job of last hitting despite taking a bit of pressure from the Yasuo. Of course, as I say, Orianna taking pressure though, that is being zoned towards her turret. Yasuo taking a huge pressure though as far as his HP bar is concerned. Seeing him sit down at about half HP while Orianna is fairly healthy in her lane. Looking like Aurelia has backed from the top lane as well, leaving Warwick to farm a little bit, seeing him up about 15 CS over the Aurelia at this point. At least looking for some counter jungle onto the Jarvan 4. Going to see a bit of a contestment at the red pit here. Elderlings are disappearing into the bush as both summoners are not able to re-enter, though Smite comes out, not quite sure who picked that one up. But did go down onto J4, so not a successful counter jungle quite yet. Lee Sin getting extreme low here, might go down to the ultimate coming out from the Aurelia. Aurelia will go down first though, Yasuo coming in from the side, looking to engage on Yasuo, but Yasuo ward hopped out into Baron Pit, somehow however goes down to a bit of DJ coming off of the Yasuo. Not quite sure what hit him there. Red buff is on the Jarvan 4, so it couldn't have been red buff ticks. However, J4 and Yasuo, as well as Janna now into the mid lane, going to be a 2 versus 3 situation for Orianna coming back into the mid lane as well. Going to be Corki, Braum, and Orianna versus the Janna, J4 and Yasuo pair. However, Lucian comes in from the side as well, making it a 4 versus 3 fight. Yasuo, sorry, Lucian will pick up a kill onto the Corki here. J4 getting extremely low, could go down, will go down to the Orianna. Culling comes out from Lucian. Orianna could go down here. And Q from Janna finishes her off as Lucian chooses to back off of that engagement. Kill secured by their support. Looking at a huge siege onto the first turret of the game at the 11-minute mark here. That will be the first turret. That is the mid lane outer turret going down to an advancement from the Lucian, Yasuo, and Janna trio. An unsuccessful defense mounted by 4-buffed Rammus. Once again, guys, this is the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. We have 4-buffed Rammus on the blue side, and they're facing off against Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. Seeing so far a 9-5 kill score in favor of Cheese in the Trap. They have picked up their first turret of the game in the mid lane. Lee Sin looking for his golems. Corki might hand those over to the Corki, though they're going to make their way out to the bottom lane as Lucian and Janna get huge amounts of pressure against this bottom laner turret. A few more auto attacks would have finished it off. Lee Sin going to go full ham onto the Janna. Chooses to back off of that fairly quickly, though. Jarvan also in the mid lane on the Orianna. Yasuo having recalled fairly recently. Taking across the map, Warwick is in the best position for 4-buffed Rammus, seeing him have about 20 farm over the Aurelia, sitting at 203 as well, has been involved in every kill for their team. There's going to be some action in the bottom lane, though, as Corki uses a Valkyrie to try and keep up with the Lucian Janna pair as they make their escape. Zero goes full ham on the Orianna. His ultimate has been used. She's down about 100 HP. If he can get in there, he will flash for that kill, but Orianna does go down. We're going to see a 5-10 kill score now in favor of Cheese in the Trap. I apologize, the team name's getting me a little bit. Corki will go down under the enemy team turret there. Looking like Braum could go down as well. The flash a little bit too late to avoid that last turret. You can't flash out of a turret hit once it locks onto you. Janna getting fairly low here against Lee Sin. Lee Sin could pick up a kill here. It's been a 2-4-2 trade in the bottom lane as the Lucian and Jarvan 4 went down. Corki and Braum also going down in the bottom lane there, I believe. Yasuo left all by himself in the mid lane for the last while. Has gotten over half of the mid lane inner turret HP down. Orianna looking to respond into the mid lane. Yasuo will fall off of that engagement. Warwick backing from the top lane as Aurelia returns to her farm. We're looking for pressure into the top lane now. Warwick could be a little while until he gets back out to lane, as he does not have teleport available, so it will be at least 15 seconds Aurelia able to free farm and look for pressure against that top lane outer turret. Jarvan 4 looking for his blue buff here. Could hand it over to Yasuo, but it appears that Yasuo will not make his way over to the blue buff pit. J4 has taken blue buff for himself, but that is going to be the third blue buff of the game going down. Dragon still on the map. I have not seen either team set up for a dragon play yet, at least not that I can recall so far in this matchup. And being 13 minutes in, it would be good time for a dragon to occur. Yasuo once again going full ham onto Orianna, will be succeed in taking her down. In the mid lane, we're seeing a 4-1 kill score for the Yasuo with 100 CS as we approach the 14-minute mark, doing fairly well against Orianna, who only has 80 CS, down about 25 farm under him, with a 1-4 kill score as well. Going to see the Braum go down in the bottom lane as J4 comes in for a gank. Lucian and Janna being fairly successful once again by themselves. They're not quite sure if J4 managed to even get an assist on the Braum. Yasuo looking for more pressure in the mid lane. Lee Sin is there to contest. You're going to see Janna and Jarvan 4 rotate towards the mid lane as well, potentially looking for their first second tier turret of the game. Going to see their bottom lane outer turret go down in favor of Cheese in the Trap as Rammus for us lose their second turret of the game. They're not the inner turret that Yasuo was looking for, that bottom turret that Lucian was on. And Warwick goes full ham, picking up a kill onto Aurelia in the top lane under her turret. will juke out of turret to go back in to try and finish off their first turret of the game. Again, guys, this is 4-buffed Ramus on the blue side, facing off against Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. Currently a 14-8 kill score in favor of Cheese in the Trap. They're up 2 turrets to 0 as well over 4-buffed Ramus. The Warwick from 4-buffed Ramus doing fairly well for his team, has the best farm on his team, almost the best farm in the game, second best farm in the game, only second to the Yasuo, who is doing extremely well. Warwick will pick up the first turret for his team, almost evening up the kill score. Yasuo, however, picks up a triple kill in a huge team fight, as I completely neglect that. They'll pick up their inner tier turret here in the mid lane. Yasuo going full ham onto the inhibitor turret here at the 15 mark. It's going to be a 4-man siege onto 4-buffed Ramus. Inhibitor turret in the mid, looking for this inhibitor as well. They're going to continue the advancement. Only 3 members from 4-buffed Ramus are available to contest. However, Corki has just respawned. Orianna coming back up in 4 seconds. Inhibitor will go down. Early in the top lane, defending against the minion pressure that Warwick has gotten into that lane. He did succeed in taking down that first tier turret in the top lane as well. Early now responding to that, relieving pressure, looking for a first tier turret in the top lane for herself, potentially. We saw 4 other members of their team get, I believe, 3 if not 4 kills in the blue side jungle, as well as their mid lane take down that mid lane inner and inhibitor turret, as well as their inhibitor in that advancement. A huge play coming out there from Cheese in the Trap. Yasuo now solo defending against the Braum Corki pair, doing fairly well for himself. Yasuo is fairly fed, though not as fed as the Lucian right now. Janna handing so many kills on Lucian in the early game. Lucian picking them up for himself as well. Saw him chunking the Corki down fairly early on with a huge amount of strength. Lucian has completed his Infinity Edge as well as a static Shiv so far. Corki only having his Phage and Sheen, looking to start with his Triforce. 4 members of 4-buffed Ramus looking to pick up a mid lane outer turret from Cheese in the Trap here. We're going to see a huge contest around that turret, though Janna going to use her ultimate to blow 3 members of 4-buffed Ramus back into her team. Despite looking here, Braum has gone down. Going to see Yasuo begin to go full ham here. Yasuo picks up a kill onto the Corki. We're seeing Orianna extremely low, looking to get out of that with her life. Lee Sin flashes away at 400 if you're remaining. Will be chased down by 5 members of Cheese in the Trap. Do not think he can get out of this one with his life, and he will not. He does go down to the Jarvan 4. Only 2 members from a 4-buffed Ramus are alive here. The Braum will be back up in 2 seconds. We're going to see Cheese in the Trap look for a Nexus turret at only the 17.5 minute mark in this game. Looking like they really want to end this, really want to win this one. They will engage onto that Nexus turret, engage onto 2 champions as well. Warwick will go down, Braum extremely low. Braum will go down as well to a Q from the Yasuo. Corki and Orianna looking to pressure out Cheese in the Trap as they look for those Nexus turrets. The Nexus turret will not go down, but a huge siege nonetheless. Got them 2 more kills in that exchange. Currently a 23-8 kill score in favor of Cheese in the Trap. They're up 4 turrets to 1 over 4-buffed Ramus as well. Lucian looking to escape this with his life. Orianna looking to chase him down. Yasuo could re-engage onto his Q, just missing the Orianna, looking like it could cost Lucian his life. Lucian nearly finishes off Orianna with a great juke there, but she remains with 200 HP as she finishes him off. Looking at now a 23-9 kill score in favor here of Cheese in the Trap. Once again, it is 4-buffed Ramus on the blue side, Cheese in the Trap on the purple side. We are seeing a strong performance come out from the purple team in this finals matchup. Once again, guys, this is a Not So Stock Gaming amateur bracket tournament where summoners must be ranked anywhere between bronze 5 and gold 1 in the solo queue in order to participate. Corki another poke onto Janna. Braum assisting Corki in the mid lane. They're looking for this outer turret, and it will go down. Braum managing the last hit on that mid lane outer turret will be the second turret of the game in favor of 4-buffed Ramus. They've now taken 2 outer turrets from Cheese in the Trap, both their mid and top lane outer turrets. Their bottom lane turrets are still all intact, and in order to do that, they have lost all of their mid lane turrets as well as their inhibitor in the mid lane. Those have been down for a few minutes, and I am now hearing that it will be respawning soon. Warwick looking for pressure in the bottom lane, cut out by the Jarvan for Aurelia, going to engage onto him as well. His ultimate does get interrupted. I believe that was an EQ coming up from the Jarvan Ford and drop a third member from Cheese in the Trap into the bottom lane, and that's going to be a death for the Warwick. Warwick now sitting at 3-2-3 despite having the second best farm in the game still. Down still only to Yasuo from Cheese in the Trap. So looking to pick up the inhibitor a second time in this matchup, looking to continue getting huge amounts of pressure from those siege minions into the mid lane. Poke coming out from the Corki on Yasuo, not going to be effective in stopping him from taking the inhibitor though. 4 members of Cheese in the Trap now into the bottom lane, engaging onto Braum under that bottom lane inner turret. Looking now to pick up the inner turret as well. They do have minion pressure on. They will not take pressure on it, and they will succeed in taking down the inner turret in the bottom lane. Of course, all turrets in the top lane are still on the map for 4 buffed Rammus. We are seeing all of the mid lane turrets as well as now 2 of the bottom lane turrets removed from their half of the map. Cheese in the Trap looking to siege down onto this bottom lane inhibitor, take down their second inhibitor of the game. Pink coming out onto the Nexus turret as well. Yasuo actually looking to backdoor himself a little bit. However, it looks like he could wrap around back onto this bottom lane turret to assist the team make this a 5 versus 5 fight. Culling comes out from Lucian. J4 going to go full ham. His ultimate will come through as well. Ultimate comes out from the Janna. Might not have been the greatest placement for it, but it seems like it's going to work out in their favor. Yasuo picks up a kill onto the Orianna. J4 has also gone down in this, so Yasuo picks up a double kill as Warwick goes down. That could be a triple kill for the Yasuo. Indeed, it is a triple kill as Braum goes down here. Looking for a quadra as Lee Sin comes back in, but Lee Sin will not get caught out here. I believe this could be the game as the first Nexus turret goes down. Guys, we've just seen both Nexus turrets get destroyed here. Looking like this will be the game in favor of Cheese in the Trap. Seeing 4 buffed Rammus go down here. The Nexus will explode. Purple side has emerged victorious this evening. So congratulations to Cheese in the Trap on 5 games. Amazingly well played to emerge as our first place team in tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Bracket Tournament. Better luck next time to 4 buffed Rammus. They had 4 extremely strong games, but with the hour delay before the finals got started for them, potentially weren't as warmed up still as they would have been coming off of their first round games. Anyways guys, that does conclude tonight's tournament stream, so thank you all for watching and or participating. A huge congratulations to all of our top 8 teams, or our 2 sets of top 4 teams, I should say. Again, a great placement for Cheese in the Trap, finishing off first tonight. 4 buffed Rammus with a close second. Heading over to the bracket, go and check out the 3rd and 4th placed teams. That matchup may actually be still underway, so we'll get that affected onto the bracket as soon as the report does trickle in the secondary tournament. Our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 4th place teams as well are HHS Esports as a first team with Team Failstar as the 2nd place team, Raid Boss in 3rd, and Big Tree as the 4th place team. Again, congratulations to all those teams. We had Abers shoutcasting for the majority of this evening, and this was Darkorpse doing the finals matchup for you. This is going to be Darkorpse signing off for the evening.